A bit like Manchester City flag, isn't it, Di? Oh. Oh, there is it. There's the flag. Why don't we get one of them flags and stick them up here? There it is with the crest. Tea leaf one of them, stick it up in the studio. Quick! We wrap her in the flag. No sexist comments allowed. If we dribble on the bloody silver benches. There's no allowance for human nature in your psyche, is there, Di? Two. Is it?
Yes,
A bit like this. Overcast. Da, 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 da. Questa sono una cucina che mi chiede. What's that? Oh yeah, wonder what that's doing here. They always do us on that anthem, don't they, in Australia? Oh, there's quite a few British flags there. One in the parade, anyway. Ferrari, Ferrari, Ferrari.
Jim? Is Jim there? Hello? Jim Rosenthal, this is James. Can you hear me?
Probably not, mate.
Jim?
Yeah, who's that?
It's James.
Hi, James.
Massimo Trebbi.
Yeah, thanks ever so much, James.
You got it already?
Thanks for that, mate. Have a good one over there.
Cheers.
Come on, Phil.
Yes, my man.
Why is this here?
What can I do for you, Alan? Yes, sir. Talk me through it.
Did he?
No,
Have a good show down there. Gerardo, Keith, Di, everyone in the old ovens. Hey, Budweiser commercial voiceover, man. Ah, yeah. Aye. Possibly. You might not get to that.
Just in case, I'll hold it to you.
I don't think we'll do that. What's all this about you? We don't want to give the bloody current, bloody Murdoch rag, give them publicity, news of the world. What's all this about you wanting to sail the Atlantic, Eddie, if we get to it?
What's all this then, Eddie?
And he'll go, I don't know what
Say
you're...
it again with feeling. What's all this then, Eddie?
3 minutes to 1 air, he's going to beat Berger, isn't he, I think?
Is he on his way?
Short Ed. Have a good show, Teachy.
You too, Jim. Welcome to the Ice Palace.
It's nice. No. Oh. Ah,
Giselle.
Giselle.
Giselle, you're
No,
here.
no.
Eddie, if you could just wait over there.
Eddie.
Giselle's on.
Giselle, do you want to go and go with Keith? You can see it all happening down there. Yeah, just go one door. He'll tell you. One door down. Eddie's doing a few personal appearances at the moment. It's all right, Eddie. It's not an earner. You needn't say hello to everybody.
Can I get my check here now?
You can.
2 minutes
Tell
to
them a
an
few
air.
stories I could tell about you, Chase and them girls in that pose.
Shut your face.
Nice to see you, Ed.
They lost their trousers coming in. Fucking hell.
Always got a soft spot for a man in a yellow shirt. You should know that.
Oh yes, look at that. Hulk over there. Who wouldn't want to get that? Shut them off. Yeah, we'll do.
How are you?
What happened to Oxford yesterday? They tugged around.
Wait, lost again, mate. What about your sky blues? Are they? You sure you got?
Be safe with everyone else sticking themselves.
Yeah, that's true. Your man is not a dad yet, is he, Eddie?
Who?
Heinz Harold Frenson. He's not.
No.
Tanya's, no.
That's well feed.
Guys, do you want to tell me?
First thing,
Am I sitting up high
Eddie,
enough, yeah?
you're lovely. I'm sorry you're a bit far away from us, but first thing, Silverstone. That's the, and then we'll get on to all sorts of other things, you know. But it fits quite nicely for us to. That's the first thing I'll ask you about.
Like what?
Well,
What's happening?
Early, you know, it's very early and home ground,
I've been drawing.
whatever.
Hang on, before we get on to that.
He's been.
Do you like that? Can I come and work for you as a designer? That's what I'm going to ask.
You are.
Michael Schumacher is coming through to win for the first time the Australian Grand Prix in wonderful style. A great sight. Schumacher wins. Fist out. Victory salute. Michael Schumacher wins in Brazil. 2 races, 2 wins, 20 World Championship points.
Two back-to-back away victories. Today it's a big home fixture. These fans are knowledgeable, passionate and very fair-minded. They don't care who wins, as long as it's Ferrari. Hello there, welcome to Imola, the start of the European Grand Prix season. Dry but overcast for the San Marino Grand Prix. Next stop we go to the British at Silverstone. That's very much home territory for our guest tonight, Eddie Jordan, this afternoon, alongside Tony Jardine. What are your feelings about racing so early at Silverstone?
Well, the weather is probably the key factor. We're used to July, and it's a shame in some respect that July has changed, but at least it's in a holiday period. It gives all those marauding Irish Jordan fans the possibility to come to
Could be
Silverstone.
scraping ice off the windscreen, though, couldn't we?
We could be, but you know, I think the way fortunes normally favour Formula One, if it's perhaps to continue in the same way, we probably have an Indian summer and it's Easter time. But anyway, whatever happens, whether it's a wet race, dry race, it's going to be exciting, and there's a huge number of British fans who will want to turn up. There's absolutely no doubt if it was on Christmas Day, they'd still turn up. Right. It's a huge event.
How about your man, Heinz-Harald Frentzen? When we signed off in Brazil, we said, well, by the time we get to Italy, he's going to be a dad. What's happened there?
I think they've got their numbers wrong. And I'm not sure he'd make a great race engineer, but thankfully he's making a very good race driver. And I think they had a little miscalculation of a number. Okay. How the doctors and Tanya, but these things happen. I remember our own first child. Zoe, I mean, she, I think, was 3 weeks late, and invariably that's happened. And I think the euphoria, the media has built it up, and he's been looking for this child for such a long time, and he's very excited about it, and now he's hoping it waits till he gets back home tomorrow.
Has he got his mind on the job today?
Well, he qualified 6th. It was the best he could do in the car that we gave him. We sort of not altogether happy with that happened because we thought we could qualify 5th with him, or even 4th. But to be in the top 3 rows, you have to be really on the case. So I think he's pretty focused on what he needs to do, and then other activities or fatherhood will remain until he gets home. Right
then, Tony, let's just have a look at qualifying, shall we? It really came to the boil over the last 10 minutes, didn't it? But earlier on, it looked as though Mika Häkkinen was going to have it all to himself.
Yeah, it did. I mean, he'd taken the provisional pole position off David Coulthard, but it was a great performance from Häkkinen, and he went out there. He went actually 6/10 faster than David Coulthard. You just watch the guy attack, particularly over the curbs that have been his downfall in the race in 1999 after just 17 laps, locking up the left front. Look at that, grassed curbs, everything. Amazing confidence, and that's where the accident happened last year. And he then went into provisional pole position, but you know, Ferrari were about to come back out with Michael Schumacher, who'd gone into 2nd place at that stage and split the McLarens.
All the Ferrari fans, these tifosi here, were desperate to see the prancing horse on pole, and it looked right at the end of the session as though Schumacher had done it.
Yeah, I mean, it did indeed, but I mean, it's about 33 seconds to go, and it was a blistering lap from the Ferrari, just showing that they've got a good car for qualifying and for the racing. The aerodynamics, the power of the engine, during testing, Schumacher said, I feel pole position coming on, and he kept saying, I want this for the tifosi. But, you know, it didn't quite happen, because while he was doing that, out from the pit lane was going Mika Häkkinen again. David Coulthard was out there as well.
And in the 61st minute of the hour of qualifying, Häkkinen did it.
It was already an exciting session to watch because the guys were on the limit, but Häkkinen went out, and there we are. This, he said, I was on the absolute limit. I was really going for it, pedal to the metal. I couldn't have done any more, and you could just see, look at the locking up there, and look how much grass he chewed there. But watch this, as he tries to get the power down, and the car snakes away, and he just sneaks in and takes his 3rd consecutive pole. And of course, that dispirited Ferrari, and the Tifosi crammed into this place. It was great. You could hear the groans almost from here. But another pole for McLaren.
That's right, and that is 3 out of 3 for Hakkinen, 24th of his career. It means he overtakes Michael Schumacher. But let's have a look at Rubens Barrichello, who is right behind him. And Imola, always a very emotional place for the Brazilian.
Well, I'm afraid so, yes, and Eddie knows all about that black weekend of '94, Roland Ratzenberger, and of course his mentor, Rubens' mentor, Ayrton Senna, was killed. And Rubens was back at home in Cambridge when the whole thing unfolded, and he saw his mate sadly being killed. But I think he's got through the nightmare, the haunting of this place. He got 3rd last year, and you're seeing that lovely smooth performance. Many have compared him to Jackie Stewart in the smoothness, the way he drives. But I think he's over that now, hopefully, anyway.
OK, Tony, let's just take a quick run through the grid, shall we? And confirmation that on the front is Mika Hakkinen just ahead of Michael Schumacher.
Yeah, well, we're going to be treated to a great start here from the two-time world champions there. Now, Schumacher out of the two has had the more problems with getting off the line, but that's going to be a treat in store. And behind them, the number 2s there, if you like, Coulthard backing up his mate, and Barrichello, who had problems with his car overnight after qualifying. Then on the next row, you've got that BMW engine, not so shabby, is it, for Ralf Schumacher? And joining the Grand Prix 100 club is Heinz-Harald Frentzen. And Irvine, who said to Eddie, watch out the way, because this green car's coming past your man HH.
His 100th Grand Prix, too.
Yeah.
The reply is not permissible on this track.
Villeneuve, back problems for him after qualifying. Diniz, that's his 2nd best qualifying performance, in 10th on the grid. 11th and 12th. Salo, who was hitting the curbs too hard and making problems for himself. And then we have De La Rosa and Zonta, 13th and 14th on the grid. 15th and 16th, lazy electrical problems. Verstappen, not a great performance from him. He was hoping to be much higher up.
These two here?
Well, a great shame really for Herbert. His performance was quite flat, like his exhaust, which sent the engine down flat, gone for the hard tyres. Button climbing the mountain, seemingly mountainous, these curbs, and having difficulty learning the circuit. Let's hope he's over that. Fisichella, totally the wrong choice, miles behind Wirtz of tyres. He's suffering. Minardi, a bad practice session qualifying for them. And problems not of his making, Heidfeld right at the back.
Thank you very much indeed, Tony. Well, so far, really, Ferrari have knocked spots off McLaren with those Michael Schumacher victories in Australia and Brazil, and the deduction of 6 points from David Coulthard by the Sao Paulo stewards for that illegal front wing. Well, that was another huge blow to the Woking-based team, who have yet to score a point this season. But pipping Schumacher for pole gave them massive satisfaction.
There are a growing number of people in Formula One who believe that Mika Hakkinen is now every bit as good a driver as Michael Schumacher, and in qualifying yesterday he staked his claim to be considered even better. Ferrari came to Imola expecting to get the pole, and Schumacher looked set to claim it with an excellent lap in the dying seconds of qualifying. Cue the outpouring of Italian emotion. But with the track improving all the time, Hakkinen's crew had planned one last hot lap, and the Finn delivered, nicking the pole by 9/100ths of a second. It was Hakkinen's 3rd straight pole of the season. McLaren were exultant. Michael Schumacher was gutted.
Actually, yes, I'm disappointed because again, it should have been possible, and I destroyed it. Made a mistake which cost me too much lap time to continue, and that was very annoying for myself.
I'm happy. Maybe I'm not showing my excitement at the moment. There's no point to do that because tomorrow is the race. I just say that engineers did a great job to able to balance the car like they did, and the whole team did a good job.
But qualifying is one thing, winning a 62-lap race is another. Both teams are right on the limit at the moment, but Ferrari have had the reliability to win the first 2 races, whereas Hakkinen's McLaren has failed both times while he was in a position to win. Today's race, therefore, has a critical importance to both teams. For McLaren, there are still question marks over the reliability of the engine, and you can tell that Hakkinen is desperate to get 10 points on the board this afternoon and make up for his mistake here last year.
it's not only that. It's just I want to finish the Grand Prix. I just want to score some points. That's my main aim here. You know, I don't want to prove anything. Just want to finish the Grand Prix, and if we got a speed, we can win it.
At the back of Ferrari and McLaren's minds is the prospect of new rules which come into force at the next race to slash engine electronics, which could alter the balance of power at the front of the grid. They've banned all systems which allow engine mapping to be changed and control traction. The engine builders will have a real headache getting back to basics in just 2 weeks. Today's race then is the last hurrah for high-tech electronics, and who knows what will be going on beneath the surface.
I think everybody's exploring the limits of the current regulations, and I think it'd be interesting to see the outcome of Silverstone when some aspects of the playing field are a little bit more level.
So, Eddie, everybody exploring the limits. What's your spin on what's happened there?
Each team has its own viewpoint on what's happened, and if, as Max Mosley, our president, has suggested that perhaps there may have been at least one team cheating last year, I can understand where he's coming from, because I think there's nothing more devastating to a team if they feel, or if there's even the slightest innuendo that somebody is playing an unfair game. So if he's able to make it a very clean playing field, then I would see Ron Dennis's position, that I think it's good for the sport. Then everybody knows who's going to be the winner at the end of the race.
Without getting too technical, are you going to have to make really fundamental changes for Silverstone?
Oh no, make no mistake, the changes that we've been demanded or need to do are very far wide-ranging, and they're huge, and particularly our position with Honda, they have a lot of work. I know they've been 24 hours a day trying to map and remap the engines, because if you like, the electronics have gone so far and so technical and so clever in what they're able to do with these things. To come back to basic means that a lot of the engine performances will change.
Right. While you've been talking there, this fellow's been doodling. I mean, he does a lot of this, I have to say, and I don't normally take a lot of notice. But Tony, I think you've got something to show us as relevant to David Coulthard's losing those points in Sao Paulo.
Well, I mean, I've been scribbling away a little bit here just to kind of illustrate what's going on, and the FIA, how strict they're being. There's the plank that runs right down the centre of the car on the underside. That is actually the reference plane from where they take the measurement of the front wing. From that up, that's the reference plane again, to the wing rear end plate. Now, because of all the bumps and bashes that the car took over Interlagos and the bumps, the wing end plates, they were rotating on their axis and actually going lower. You're allowed 50 millimetres from the reference plane to the bottom there. McLaren were measured at 43. So 7 millimetres out, you're allowed a 5 millimetre tolerance for manufacturing, okay? That meant there were 2 out. Now, when they went to the court with this, to the FIA, they said, I'm sorry, mitigating circumstances aside, it was the same for everybody, you're still out.
Play art master here, how many out of 10 for that?
Can I come and be a designer now?
He'll sign it for you if you want before you go.
He's obviously been to the Ron Dennis School of Charm here, there's no doubt about that, but he obviously hasn't been gifted with the same artistic license, because that's what that is. Are you crazy? How can you say it's 2 millimetres out when it's 7 millimetres out? The maximum tolerance is 5%.
Let's talk about your man today, Jarno Trulli. I mean, who the Italian fans will be backing, but he says he feels more British than Italian. Is that right?
It wasn't by any coincidence that you're a British television crew and you needed to be on your station, but no, he is a fantastic boy, I have to say. There he is on screen. He's brought a very light-hearted effect. He gels perfectly into the Jordan style. I have great future plans in my mind as to what he can do. Hopefully most of that will be with Jordan. But he's a very young guy, he's very bright, and he's enormously quick. You just don't become world champion in karting 3 times in a row unless you're at the very highest level of your sport, and that's where he is.
Before you go, briefly, your expectations from the San Marino Grand Prix?
I'd love to see lots of rain.
You're going to struggle, 10% chance, I think it is.
I think it could be there before we know it. But I see a huge titanic battle between Michael Schumacher and, of course, Mika Häkkinen. The problem this year for Mika is the pressure is on him. Michael can afford to finish second. Mika must win the races now. He cannot afford to be beaten any longer. If they're the 2 protagonists for the championships, and I'm not ruling ourselves out of that, of course, but it will be a huge battle, and I think this battle can start here to be a very exciting race.
Thanks very much, Eddie. We always appreciate you coming over here, and there's the sound of the cars. It's, just under half an hour to the start. I know you've got to get back. Thanks as always.
It's a great pleasure. Thank you.
Well, really, as Eddie's been saying there, Mika Häkkinen really has to kickstart his season here this afternoon. Despite that brilliant qualifying lap, he doesn't like Imola. He's raced here 7 times, and 3rd is his best ever finish. Last year, he had the race in his pocket, and then he put the McLaren in the wall.
Go! Good start by Mika Häkkinen. Frentzen dives out from the pack. Villeneuve has stalled. Jacques Villeneuve has stalled from 5th position along the grid. Off goes Mika Häkkinen. That's one less for Eddie Irvine to worry about.
Very, very finely balanced, this one. David Coulthard now in the pit lane, and 6.9 the target, 18.3 seconds Coulthard's lead before he came in this time round, and I don't think that's enough to get back out in the lead.
Schumacher takes the lead. It's too long. Come on, Alan, give us a break. Tell your chap to move over and let David through. He is, after all, a lap ahead of him. David trying very hard, too hard. Hannes goes through again. And he's got ahead of the traffic, and he's got ahead of David Coulthard. And out goes Eddie Irvine. Fist aloft, a gesture of victory, a wonderful win for Michael Schumacher and Ferrari, and the Ferrari team are justifiably absolutely euphoric.
So quite a rare Ferrari victory here at Imola. In fact, we're the closest circuit to San Marino. That's around about 40 miles away, and here are 1 or 2 other little tidbits for you without getting too Anaraki. Lots of different winners here. Häkkinen never won at Imola. 100th Grand Prix for Irvine and Frentzen. Just a couple of won back-to-back Grand Prix. Senna 88, 89, and Damon Hill, who popped in here a couple of days ago, 95 and 96, and just 1 winner from outside the 2 front rows of the grid, and that was Nelson Piquet. Started 5th on the very emotional day back in 1981. Right then, let's drive the 3 miles around Imola. It's a tough circuit for brakes, those big chicanes, riding the curbs, an essential skill. It's Martin Brundle with one of the Ferraris that 125,000 fans have come to see.
You're on board with Rubens Barrichello. Let's share his best lap from qualifying yesterday in the Ferrari. Stay on the left-hand side down the pit straight. It's less bumpy and a shorter route towards Tamburello. 185 miles an hour. Straighten out this kink and then left. 125, 85 miles an hour now. And don't lift the throttle on the exit. Ride the curb, a short straight. But you'll still be doing 185 as you arrive at the Villeneuve chicane. 125 now. Now down to 70. Tightens on the exit. A short squirt. Bring the car over to the right-hand side for Toza. Just 60 miles an hour, turns in nicely there for Barrichello, controls the wheel spin on the exit. Now move over to the left-hand side in a diagonal, pop over the top of the hill. Piratella is ahead of you. 180 miles an hour on the way in, 100 through the middle. Cascading downhill now to the best corner on the circuit, Acqua Minerale, 180 now, sweep down 150, and now down a second time to 70. Into the foot of the hill, let the car run to the outside. Great feeling as you accelerate towards Variante Alta. 185, but you can't see it. Flick-flack across the curbs, and then use a little bit of grasscrete on the exit. Now take the line of least resistance towards the Rivazzas. No need to lift the throttle here as long as the track is dry. And then brake ridiculously late down to just 75 miles an hour. Short squirt on the throttle, still 3rd gear, 80. Now play with that throttle, and you're heading in towards the end of the lap. An easy sweeping right-hander into Variante Bassa, the low chicane. Watch him come down the gears, really struggling to get enough gear shifts in before he's already heading into the pit straight over the start-finish line. A great lap from Rubens Barrichello.
Great lap from Rubens. Have a look at this. This is warm-up this morning. This is Michael Schumacher giving his front jackman, Massimo Trebbi, a very nasty shock. Massimo's knees went all trembly at that point. Nose to nose, nasty shock. Didn't take the full count. I'm delighted to say that Massimo is okay. Gentle words of comfort from Michael Schumacher, the only Ferrari winner here in the last 17 years. There he is on his installation lap. When you rejoin us, we will get serious with FIA President Max Mosley and go for a spin with Giancarlo Fisichella.
Giancarlo Fisichella, a very unfortunate qualifying left you in 19th. What can you do from here?
I don't know. I will try all my best, but will be very difficult today to score some points. I chose the medium tires, so I have a possibility to do one stop and maybe to overtake some guys in the pit stop, but it would be very difficult to score some points.
It might rain. Would you like it to rain?
Yeah, maybe it's better. In that position, it's better if it's raining, if it does raining, because I have a more chance. Normally, I am quite confident in the wet condition. We'll see.
Thank you very much.
Live at Imola, counting down to the San Marino Grand Prix. Watch for David Coulthard today on the second row, and he really loves this circuit. Well, now the first of a new series of Murray Meets. Murray Walker talking to the big movers and shakers in the world of Formula One. Today, Murray's button-holder man, whose use of the word cheat has reverberated around the sport this weekend.
Nine years ago, Englishman Max Mosley was elected to the most powerful job in international motorsport, the president of the FIA, the governing body. And Max, a heck of a lot's happened in your time. Are you happy?
On the whole, yes. I think the main thing has been trying to keep the safety moving, get improvements there. Still not as good as we'd like, but it's an awful lot better.
Now, you've just exploded a massive bombshell in motorsport with the news that as a result of this long-running dispute there's been between the FIA and the European Union, you're withholding European Grand Prix licenses for Formula One events next year. What's that all about?
Well, it hasn't got quite that far yet. What it's really all about is that the Competition Commission in Brussels, or the Competition Department of the Commission, really want to make two huge changes to the way motorsports run in the EU. One is they say there shouldn't just be one governing body per country, as we've always had, like, say, the RACMSA in the UK, but multiple governing bodies, that anybody who wants to set up can issue licenses, license circuits and so on, rather like in world boxing, and of course the same thing internationally. We say that's quite unacceptable.
That would be anarchy, wouldn't it?
Well, it would. You see, the trouble is that they love this idea of competing bodies, but the only way you could compete in motorsport was who had the least safety requirements, because, you know, whoever made it least safe would be cheapest. That's exactly what we're trying to avoid. So that's the first big quarrel. The second big quarrel is they say that the television and other commercial rights for each Grand Prix should belong to the organizer. Now, we're quite happy with that if it was just a Formula One race, but if it's part of our Formula One World Championship, We think those rights belong to us, rather like the rights to the Olympic Games belong to the International Olympic Committee.
Well, now, in a situation like this, Max, you always nervously wonder, does this affect me? Does this mean the British Grand Prix at Silverstone gets the old heave-ho as well?
If the European governments allow the European Commission to interfere in the running of our sport to this degree, yes, it could come to that. But what we hope is that the relevant governments, British included, and of course even ordinary people writing in, they will realise you simply can't do this. You cannot have a lot of unelected bureaucrats in Brussels interfering in an absurd and gross way with the sport.
We seem to live in some pretty turbulent times at the moment. There have been suspicions for 2 or 3 years that some teams are using some hidden kind of traction control. Why has it taken the FIA as long as it has to get after it and do something?
Well, we've been after it and doing something constantly, and we're always forever stopping people doing things, but of course we don't tell the other teams. With one team in particular is very suspicious about another top team in Australia. Now we know we've stopped it, but we can't tell the team who are suspicious because it would be breaching confidence. We are totally on top of it. The reason we've taken these rather dramatic steps is that evidence emerged that somebody did something last year that we didn't spot, and something really quite serious. And when I heard that, I said to our people, we've got to go a whole order of magnitude harder on this, because we must be certain that we know what's going on.
Major team or a minor team?
Middle ranking. Yes.
No names, no pack drill.
Dan.
Formula One is booming, 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 enormous actual audiences and gigantic television audiences all around the world. Can you see it plateauing anywhere?
I hope not. It's been, traditionally, it was always the countries where there was a driver or a circuit or a car that followed Formula One. Now we're getting countries where none of those are present, following it in huge numbers, and there is no reason why it can't go on getting even bigger and even better.
Thank you, Max. Don't leave us, we need you.
You're very kind.
Respect, Max.
Yes, we should do all this. This is like Ali G.
Don't know about Ali G, but how much respect have you got for that stance?
Enormous amount of respect. I think it's 110% the way to go. You've got to stop the spread of all these gizmos. And as Max Mosley has said, it has to remain a human contest. Otherwise, you're detracting from what the driver can do. And it's all about the drivers. Yes, the cars as well. Go too far with all the electronics, we're losing it. Simple as that.
Thank you, Tony. Let me just remind you of the standings. Of course, Coulthard lost his Brazilian points. Schumacher, the 20-point maximum. Barrichello and Ralph Schumacher, third equal. 20-year-old Jenson Button promoted to sixth, and he's the youngest Grand Prix driver ever to score a point. But just look at Giancarlo Fisichella, the Roman, second in the Benetton, fifth in Melbourne, elevated to second in Sao Paulo, and that's reason enough for Louise Goodman to hitch a ride with him.
It's raining.
It is. Is it going to rain this weekend? So this is a special race for you?
It's a special race for me. It's my home circuit. I like the circuit because yeah, I won my first race in Formula 3.
Right.
I scored my first point in Formula 1 with Jordan in 1997.
Yeah.
Last year I finished 5th. So I think there is a good feeling with the circuit, and I hope on Sunday to get on the podium again.
Why is it? What is it about the Italians and motor racing? I mean, it's like, it's almost as if you're born loving it, aren't you? Why is that?
Because in Italy there is Ferrari, and they are crazy just for Ferrari, even for the Italian drivers, even for me.
Were you like that when you were a child? Were you a big, passionate Ferrari fan?
No, I was, when I was young, you mean? No, I was just pushing for Niki Lauda.
Yeah.
It was my hero.
Yeah.
And then for Ayrton Senna, but not for Ferrari. I don't know why.
So you're not a true Italian then?
I am Italian.
Let's talk about, your start to the season. I mean, you have had a really brilliant year so far, haven't you?
Yeah, I am very pleased for that. I feel very confident, very strong inside. It's a good moment for me. And I feel even very confident because the car is getting better. There is a very good performance. It's very reliable. Even the engine is very good. It's much, there is much more power than compared last year. And for the future, I think we can be much stronger.
And you're very happy. You seem to be very happy at Benetton. Is it a nice team?
Yeah, it's my third year with them. There is a very good feeling with the mechanics, with the engineers, especially with the engineers. They understood me straight away. They know my style of driving, and in the last two races, we did a very good job from the Friday to the Sunday.
And you like them all so much, you're buying them all dinner tonight, I understand.
Yes, there is a nice dinner. I invited all the guys, and we go here close to Imola to be a little bit together. And tomorrow we start.
Does it make a difference to do that kind of thing, do you think?
I think it's important. It's important to have a game of feeling. It's better because the team must be like a family.
Arrived with him this morning. The Imola family gave him a great reception, but Fisico starting a distant 19th. Well, 2 stops is very much the norm on this hard-braking circuit. Here's James Allen for his thoughts on today's strategy.
Well, Jim, Brazil was a great example of how exciting Grand Prix can be when the 2 frontrunners are on completely different strategies, and I think we'll see a lot of that this season. The reason for that is because McLaren Ferrari, the front group, and the next group of Jordan Williams, there's such a huge gap between them that after about 24 or 25 racing laps, the teams can gamble on a pit stop, rejoin in front of that following pack. So there's big scope for improvising and excitement. Today, I think we'll see mostly 2-stop strategies, with the first stop around about lap 24. But tyres could play a key role here today. Mika Häkkinen has opted for the softer tyre, whereas David Coulthard and both Ferraris are on the hard, which is probably going to be better suited to today's cool track temperatures.
David, it's the first time this season that you've been looking at someone's tailpipe, but Mika is on the softer tyres, you're on the harder tyres. In fact, there's quite a mix up and down the grid. Is that going to make a difference in terms of the strategy today?
Well, whatever tyre choice I made, I hope obviously it works to my advantage. But you know, making a decision for qualifying, naturally you give up a bit of performance in qualifying to hope that you're going to get something in the race. And you know, in making my decision, obviously didn't expect to be in third on the grid, but it is quite close, and we just need to hope that make a good start. And the strategy is going to be a key thing here.
It's the nature of the business to push the regulations right to the limit. In Brazil, you got caught out by the track. Have you had to come slightly back from the edge to make sure that doesn't happen again this weekend?
Well, that's really a question for the team. You know, in terms of what I do, I'm just trying to do exactly the same, push the car to the limit, and inevitably, I guess, if you're being found to be over the regs, then you're going to have a bit more fat there to allow yourself any unusual things. But we've raced on this track, this surface, many times, so we know it well.
Thanks very much.
Well, Jenson Button may be right down the back end of the grid, but his teammate Ralf Schumacher, a fantastic qualifying effort from you. You in a very strong position.
Well, we are actually in a very strong position. I think Jensen had a bit of a bad qualifying yesterday, otherwise he would have done a lot better, I'm sure. But, you know, we'll see how we end up in a race. I hope I have a good start and finish.
I understand you're a bit of an engine problem this morning, so is this the T-car or your race car you're running?
I'm going to race the T-car again and hope that lasts.
Third time this year?
It's the third time this year. So far it brought me luck, and we'll see.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Elder brother Michael going for treble top. Häkkinen's aim to handle the Ferrari fanatics and the Imola circuit. He has never managed that, the world champion. Unlike David Coulthard, who relishes bouncing off the curbs at the likes of Barrichello, Ralphie Schumacher, Frentzen, Irvine and Trulli, all very much in the mix then for the San Marino Grand Prix. You're back with us on a cloudy spring day in northern Italy for the San Marino Grand Prix. There is massive enthusiasm for the Ferrari cause around Imola. Let's join Martin Brundle and first of all, Murray Walker. Hi, Murray.
I'm fine, Jim. Thanks very much. Now, Australia was great. Brazil was very good indeed. But there's something very special indeed about being back in Europe for the first European race of the year 2000 World Championship of Formula One. And what a prospect we've got. You've heard a lot about it already. Mika Häkkinen there in pole position for the 24th time in his career, the 3rd time this year. But, and this is the big but, for the first time this year, Michael Schumacher alongside the Finn in the front row. Now, they're both super starters, but Mika Häkkinen, I think, is a superer, if there is such a word, starter than Michael Schumacher, and he's got that advantage of a car's length ahead of the Ferrari of Michael Schumacher that you're looking at on the grid. And if he gets away first, it's going to be mighty, mighty difficult for even Michael Schumacher to pass him. David Coulthard there treading on their heels, and this morning in the warm-up, the two McLarens were faster than both the Ferraris. There was only 6/100ths of a second in it between Coulthard and Häkkinen. Michael Schumacher 0.2 of a second slower than the fastest McLaren. Rubens Barrichello 4th fastest, 0.8 off the pace, so it's looking like another McLaren versus Ferrari contest, but I wouldn't like to put money on any of the 4 of them.
I think they're not sure either. Talking to Häkkinen just before they went to the grid, he's expecting a very close race, and certainly whenever they've all been on the track at the same time, there's been a 10th or less between the 3 of them. Barrichello just hanging on by his fingertips, really. Coulthard you saw getting in the car quite late. That's because he left his earplugs in the toilet, would you believe? But all of these simple things can affect you when you've got to get a Grand Prix underway. But I think it is going to be extremely competitive at the front end, and I think the tactics today, the strategies, and getting in and out of the pits is going to play a very crucial part in this race.
Been a bit of a downer for Rubens Barrichello so far. He just hasn't been able to get to grips with the setup, the handling of his Ferrari for his 3rd race with the Maranello team. And as I said, he was 0.8 of a second off the pace this morning. My man of qualifying, really, in spite of Mika Häkkinen's absolutely sensational lap, was Ralf Schumacher in that Williams BMW, 5th fastest on the grid. And this is from an engine that I think BMW have deliberately been downplaying in terms of its effect and advanced technology, because it did extremely well, of course, in the first race of the year, 3rd place in its first Grand Prix in Australia, and Ralf Schumacher, who took that 3rd place, was in 5th position in Brazil.
Yes, I think in fairness to us all who thought they were going to have a disastrous start to the season, that's because in testing we only seem to see the Williams on the end of a tow rope, really, with a lot of engine problems. But also in fairness to the team and Gerhard Berger of BMW, they kept saying, listen, it's going to be okay, it's going to be okay. And sure enough it is. I think that must have been quite an explosive engine in terms of performance that they put in for Ralf yesterday, because I don't think anybody, there's Gerhard Berger now, the head of competition at BMW, an old sparring partner of mine, but I don't think they even expected to be quite this far up the grid.
There is Ralf Schumacher. His teammate Jenson Button down at 18th place on the grid. He had all sorts of problems, hydraulic and other. He was 2.4 seconds off the pace in qualifying, but this morning Jenson was 11th fastest out of the 22 starters, 1.4 seconds off the pace.
I just watched Michael Schumacher do a practice start at the end of the pit lane, and there was virtually 0 wheel spin as he took off. They really have got some clever electronics on these cars, and apparently and allegedly they're all going to disappear for Silverstone, the next Grand Prix.
Definitely.
So that's going to give them a lot of the teams quite a headache as they head off to the British. And while I mentioned the British Grand Prix, the tickets are now sold out for Sunday, 2 weeks today, but apparently you can still go and watch on the Friday and Saturday.
So away they go on the formation lap into the first left-handed chicane, left and right at the Tamburello, and left on the grid is Nick Heidfeld, and he was starting last in the Prost. They really not done very well here any more than they've done well at the other two races. They're very late in their development. And so this is the Villeneuve chicane and up to Tosa.
Yes, well, of course, if you stall on the line, you have to go to the back of the grid, and as you've already pointed out, Murray, he can't find neutral. That's his problem. They've got the back jacked up, and he can't get it into neutral. They can drop him off the jack, but when he gets round to the start-finish line. But the rules, because he was at the back of the grid anyway, what he mustn't do, if the light procedure started when he gets around to the grid, he has to go in the pit lane. He must not cruise up to the back of the grid and join in just when he pleases. So there are still regulations applying to Heidfeld, even though, in fact, you can see now they're pulling him back down the grid and they'll push him in the end of the pit lane.
This is the man who was the European Formula 3000 champion last year, and here we are at the Variante Alta. This is where they start to drop downhill to the double 90-degree left at the Rivazza, which they approach at 185 miles an hour. We're with Rubens Barrichello at the moment, David Coulthard's McLaren in front of him. So it's the silver McLaren Mercedes leading the field, Mika Häkkinen, then the scarlet Ferrari of Michael Schumacher. The silver McLaren in front of us there is David Coulthard, and we are back again with Rubens Barrichello.
Talk on the grid. I don't know if you mentioned it in the programme while I was watching, while I was wandering around the grid itself, but they're talking that it's raining in Milan, and they're expecting rain before the end of this race.
Yeah, I hesitated to say that after what I'd said in Brazil. But yes, there was even talk of rain at 2 o'clock, and it's 2 minutes past 2 Italian time at the moment. And certainly a forecast that it's going to rain later today, but how much later, I don't know.
Now, the left-hand side of the grid, if you did happen to see our onboard lap going around the track here, the left-hand side of the grid is the racing line and should have significantly more grip. So the two McLarens are first and third on the grid, two Ferraris second and fourth. Theoretically, the McLarens should have a better bite from the track to be getting away into this race.
Johnny Herbert in the second Jaguar, 17th on the grid. There's Jenson Button, behind him Alexander Wurz as we go down the grid. Ralf Schumacher, Frentzen, Eddie Irvine in the top Jaguar is 7th on the grid. That's a very good position for him. Johnny Herbert, as ever, has had all the trouble that the Jaguar team have been having, and it's a 62-lap race. It's going to last over an hour and a half, and it's going to be absolutely crucial for the World Championship.
Curiously, Michael Schumacher's positioned his Ferrari pointing slightly right.
That's it, away they go. Good one, Häkkinen, good one, Schumacher, and Rubens Barrichello is alongside David Coulthard. It looks to me as though he's going ahead, but Michael Schumacher fighting for position, and Barrichello has got ahead of David Coulthard, and that is a real strike for Ferrari. So it's McLaren, Ferrari, Ferrari, McLaren. David Coulthard ducking and diving, and Jacques Villeneuve has come up extremely well from 9th on the grid to 5th in the race. He's in front of both the yellow Jordans, who are fighting each other as they go round the Tosa, the left-hander, and climb up towards the Piratella. So Barrichello, Coulthard, and the rest of them streaming through.
Yes, Michael Schumacher slow off the line and was very, very aggressive to Coulthard, and that's eventually put Coulthard behind his teammate too. So Michael sweeping across the racetrack and into Tosa. The two Jordans very nearly made contact, but Häkkinen out front, pulling away already. And Michael Schumacher, look at the gap back now to Barrichello. That's going to be a headache for Coulthard and the following pack, because there really is very few overtaking opportunities on this racetrack.
So Mika Häkkinen has got the advantage at the present moment, and both the Ferrari in the front and the McLaren behind it are pulling away from their teammates. There's a discernible gap developing, and that's Marc Genet going ahead of Johnny Herbert, and Michael Schumacher has actually closed the gap on Mika Häkkinen a bit. Remember what we were saying earlier on as Nick Heidfeld joins the race, what we were saying earlier on about strategy, tyres, the amount of time it takes for fuel is going to be very important in this race. Probably a two-stop strategy for the leading cars, and at the present moment, totally expected, what I expected. Mika Häkkinen got away better than Michael Schumacher. Look at the gap that's developing between them. Rubens Barrichello, followed by David Coulthard, followed by Jacques Villeneuve. Superb start. Then the two Jordans. Behind them is Eddie Irvine.
The guy who really got a rocket start was Ralf Schumacher, actually, but he's now down in 9th place. He had to take to the grass. His brother pushed Coulthard wide, and Ralf was the net loser, especially in that one. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that start. There was a lot of action for us to have a look at.
And, of course, I'm going to be watching Jenson Button. He started 18th on the grid. He finished the first lap in 17th position. And we've still got a long, long way to go. Barrichello, Coulthard, they're pulling away from Villeneuve, and behind Villeneuve is Jarno Trulli. Here's the start.
Now here's the start. Look at Michael Schumacher snaking across, gets in front of Coulthard. Coulthard has to lift out. Ralf Schumacher on the grass and gives Barrichello the run. He so nearly took Michael, actually. Now Barrichello jumps on the throttle, look, squeezes Coulthard wide, and then he has the position.
Sensational start for Jacques Villeneuve, too. Over the line, and Michael Schumacher is now faster than Mika Häkkinen by just 1/10 of a second at this stage of the race. As line astern, they come over to complete another lap. They're on their third lap now out of 62. Mika Häkkinen leading the Ferrari by 1 second, and the fastest lap by Michael Schumacher, which we've just had, will have closed that gap a bit. The fastest lap last year was 1:28.54 by Michael Schumacher in the Ferrari, and last year, of course, Michael Schumacher was not in the... And so, there he goes, down the descent to the Rivazza again.
It's the last part of Acqua Minerale, actually, and we have a Minardi off. It's Mazzacani.
Mazzacani, sorry.
Yeah, Mazzacani off the road. He will have stalled the engine, so he will be out of the race. He cannot rejoin the race. Now, Mika Häkkinen, this is Mazzacani running wide. Let's see which corner that is. It's one of the chicanes. I think it's Villeneuve chicane. He arrived altogether wrong in that one, was never going to make the exit. So that's Mazzacani out of the way. I wonder if he has managed to keep the engine going at all.
Yeah, he's right in the way at the moment. Look at him. He tried to restart, and they must get him off the track.
The engine's running. The engine is running. Can you hear it? There he goes.
Yep, right, away he goes. Now, lap 4 then. 62-lap race. Still a second between Häkkinen and Schumacher. Here are Barrichello and Coulthard. Then it's Villeneuve and Trulli. Frentzen in the yellow car, Eddie Jordan behind him, then it's Ralf Schumacher, Mika Salo. 11th position is Jos Verstappen. Here are the lead.
If you spin your car and the marshals push you out of the way, you are allowed to continue in the race if you were presumed to be in a dangerous position. So Mazzacani will be okay, but he's running phlegm last. You're on board with Barrichello. Look, Michael Schumacher, too much wheel spin, realised it, moved across to cut off Coulthard. Barrichello getting a fabulous run right down the outside, and really should have stayed on it there. I think he could have taken Michael too. But this was the good bit, keeping on the gas, squeezing out the competitors.
And Mika Häkkinen is replying to Michael Schumacher's challenge now as the McLaren and the Ferrari extend their lead. He's just done the fastest first sector of all. I remind you again that this track, like all the others, split up into 3 sections for timing purposes. And Jacques Villeneuve is holding his 5th position. You're looking now at Frentzen, followed by Irvine, followed by Ralf Schumacher, so that's the Jaguar. Of Eddie Irvine in 8th position, ahead of the Williams BMW, as through the last chicane, just before the start and finish straight, go the 2 leaders, and it's getting mighty, mighty close at the back.
Slow Jordan there, whether he just made a mistake and got shuffled to the outside, or whether he's got some kind of problem. Let's see Irvine and Ralf Schumacher through. We're missing a Jordan. Here we go now. Locks a wheel, runs wide, maybe he just lost track position, so we'll watch to see. No, Frentzen is in the pits. Heinz-Harald Frentzen in the pits.
Well, I think that Rubens Barrichello is holding David Coulthard up, because there's a gap developing all the time. There's 7 seconds now between them as Heinz-Harald Frentzen sits in the pit lane. I'm looking down to see if I can see him. Sadly, yes, I can. I can just see him sitting in the Jordan. As there goes Pedro de la Rosa, and Frentzen is getting out of the car, so he is retiring from the San Marino Grand Prix. tough luck for Jordan, because they'd worked their way up to third with Williams. There he is, worked their way up to third with Williams in the Constructors' Championship as a result of their success in Brazil. Third and fourth places there to Frentzen and Trulli. Mika Häkkinen leads, Michael Schumacher second. Look at that gap, look at it now, that's Barrichello. Then there's Coulthard, then there's that long gap to Villeneuve. Behind Villeneuve is Trulli. So up into seventh place has gone Eddie Irvine. There's Ralf Schumacher in eighth position. Behind him is Mika Salo. Behind Mika Salo is Jos Verstappen. So one of the arrows is up into 10th position, and Michael Schumacher is increasing his speed. New fastest lap, 1:28.9. That's just 0.4 of a second off last year's lap, the fastest lap, which was put up by Michael Schumacher as well. As we look down a clear track, so we've got McLaren versus Ferrari, Ferrari versus McLaren, BAR, there it is, Villeneuve versus Jordan. The Jaguar going well in 7th place, a gap before Ralf Schumacher in the Williams BMW. Salo followed by Verstappen. In 11th place is Ricardo Zonta in the next BAR, Pedro Diniz in the second Sauber. And coming round at the back, Giancarlo Fisichella that you saw talking to Louise earlier on, and he's down in 19th position. Something looks very wrong indeed with the Benetton. His teammate Alexander Wurz is 4 places ahead of him in 15th place. Leaders down to the Rivazza, and off goes the other, or is it Mazzacane again? I can't tell you. No, it's Genet this time. Marc Genet, and I think Jenson Button is in there somewhere as well. So Mazzacane has gone off and rejoined the track in the Minardi. Genet has just gone off, and he was with Jenson Button. So, completion, look at this. Schumacher is closing. The gap was previously just over a second. Now it's just under a second. Not very much to close, but here is the battle again between the third and fourth cars. Oh, there, Jenson Button out of the race. So he failed to finish in his first race in Australia, notwithstanding the fact that he got up to 4th place. He had a fine drive to his first World Championship point in Brazil. He's out of the San Marino Grand Prix, and I suspect that he and Genet had a coming together while they were fighting for 17th position. And look how close it is. You see, Barrichello is 10 seconds behind the race leader. David Coulthard is right behind Barrichello. Then there's a 4-second gap to Villeneuve, and only 5 seconds covers the next 6 places.
There's really only one place to overtake around here. It's a few corners time down into Rivazza, but you've got to be super committed, and the other guy's really got to know you're coming and accept the fact, otherwise he'll turn in on you. So Coulthard, he really critical stage of the race for him. It's way, way too early to start changing your pit stop strategy to try and ease him past this Ferrari, but David left himself a little bit of a gap a couple of laps ago and immediately came back at Barrichello over half a second faster. Louise is with Frentzen.
Heinz Harald, first man out of the race, tell us why.
Well, I had a gear shift select problem. I was stuck in 6th gear, and I couldn't shift down anymore, and I had to come into the pits. There was no chance, really.
It's been a bit of a problem for Jordan so far this year, the gearbox, isn't it? It's taken you a while to get on top of it.
Well, certainly we have some difficulties, but the problem we had in Melbourne had nothing to do with the problem today. And in Melbourne, it was just a hydraulic leak. Well, just caused by an exhaust temperature to melt the hydraulic pipe, which was a problem only with mounting this thing. But here we have, for the first time, something. We have to look first, to be honest. I don't know what is the problem here.
Well, bad luck for today, but good luck with the birth of your new child.
Well, you watch Rubens Barrichello in 3rd position with David Coulthard behind him. And the gap from Barrichello to Häkkinen, the race leader, is now some 10 seconds. I think if only David Coulthard could get past the Ferrari, he could pull away from it. But Rubens Barrichello, quite understandably, is not making room for him to do that. And on this circuit, it's very, very difficult to pass unless you get cooperation from the man in front. That may be all right if you're coming up to lap someone, but if you're fighting for track position the way Barrichello is, there is no way you're going to move.
While Heinz-Harald Frentzen was talking to Louise, you probably saw the replay of Jenson Button's incident. His engine blew up and he drove off the racetrack. Gene spun on the oil of that broken BMW engine just behind him. So not a mistake there by Jenson Button. It looked like a mechanical failure in the engine department.
It looks to me as though the race is just settling down a bit. Remember that Mika Häkkinen has got the pressure on him. He hasn't scored in Australia, he hasn't scored in Brazil. Michael Schumacher won both races. He's got 20 points in his pocket, whereas Häkkinen has got none. Michael Schumacher can afford to settle for second place, and he will be keeping Häkkinen under pressure all the time. Mika has got to stay cool, get his lines right, make sure he brakes in the right places, accelerates in the right places, takes the tail enders at the right time, hopefully so that he can put one between himself and Michael Schumacher. That's Barrichello and Coulthard third and fourth. And the gap is increasing now, something like half a second a lap between Häkkinen, who is leading, and Barrichello, who is in third place, and therefore Coulthard, who is in fourth place. Fifth is Villeneuve, sixth is Trulli, seventh is Irvine, eighth is Ralf Schumacher, ninth is Mika Salo, top 10, Jos Verstappen. And news from James Allen in the pits.
Yeah, just looking at the figures here, the lap times, that kind of thing, trying to work out what everybody's doing. It looks to me, obviously, as though Häkkinen and Michael Schumacher are on the same strategy, and their lap times very much consistent with a two-stopper, expecting them to come in sometime around lap 24 to 26. And obviously, the timing of those stops is going to be critical. You might see one of them running a little bit longer than the other. Behind them, however, Rubens Barrichello is being dropped about a second a lap, and that too consistent with a guy who's got a bit more fuel on board, which is what Michael Schumacher did here last year. He started with a one-stop fuel load, and I think that's what Rubens is doing. The critical point in this race then, guys, is going to be the mid-phase between lap 32 and 45, when the two-stoppers start coming in again. That's when Rubens is going to have to play his role to help Michael get back out in front of Häkkinen.
Häkkinen has just done 2 consecutive fastest laps of the race. He's now down to 128.2 and edging away from Michael 3 or 4 tenths per lap. Mika is very, very happy that he went for the softer tyre yesterday. He was looking at the sky. We were all a bit chilly, wearing a jacket down there in the paddock earlier on. And he said, I've got the right tyres. I'm really excited about this afternoon. I think I've made the right choice, because it's nowhere near as warm as we all expected yesterday.
I'm not going to be very popular for what I'm about to say, but there's little doubt in my mind that the first 2 races of the year were lost by McLaren rather than won by Ferrari. Yes, Ferrari won, and they won nobly by finishing, and the McLarens didn't. But the McLarens were handling beautifully, they were quicker. Remember, Häkkinen had the lead, and that's what he's got now. And if this car is reliable, I think Mika Häkkinen, even at this early stage of the race, where on lap 10 out of 62, is looking very strong for his first victory and 10 points of the year. But he's coming up now to Mazzacane, the man we saw go off earlier on. I expect the Argentine driver will be keeping his eye on the mirrors very carefully. If he's not, and he holds Mika Häkkinen up, this could be Michael Schumacher's opportunity to close up on the McLaren. The gap between them now is 1.6 seconds. There is Pedro Diniz, and going through on the inside to take Pedro de la Rosa is Jean Alesi in the Prost. He's moved up to 12th position, and Häkkinen is past Mazzacane, who tours almost on the left in order to allow Michael Schumacher to get past as well. And lap 11, 51 to go. We're going for a break. 62 at Imola for the San Marino Grand Prix. It looks as though we have another retirement because Jos Verstappen in the Arrows has come into the pits, and we've seen that he's got some kind of a suspension problem. Mika Häkkinen there still leading the race. Now a discernible gap of 1.7 seconds between him and the first Ferrari of Michael Schumacher. Then it's Barrichello third, Coulthard fourth, Jacques Villeneuve still in fifth position, but right up behind him is Jarno Trulli-Jordan, the only one that's left because Frentzen is out. Eddie Irvine is running in the Jaguar in seventh place, ahead of Ralf Schumacher, who started fifth and is down to eighth. Mika Salo is ninth, Zonta is 10th, and Louise Goodman has news.
I'm standing here with Jenson Button, actually, Murray. Jenson, we saw you off into the gravel trap earlier. Was there a problem with the car, or was it a mistake?
And as I turned into the left part of the second chicane, it just locked, the rear wheels just locked, loads of smoke out the back. It felt like an engine failure, but I'm not going to say anything too much yet. But there you go.
You don't seem really to have got to grips with this track. You've not had a really good weekend, have you?
This morning it actually got a lot better. I was 11th in practice this morning, and I think we were looking good for the race. We had a good setup for pit stops, I think, and I was in a good position then for a good result. But there you go, it happens.
Silverstone next up, we'll see you there.
Oh yes.
A very realistic response and attitude from Jenson Button. He's now a very, very famous man in Britain, and everybody's expecting miracles from him, but this is, after all, his first Grand Prix season. 20 years old, he's learning all the time, and he certainly learned at Imola how you have to attack the curbs. You can't get round this circuit quickly unless you do. Mika Häkkinen, that you're watching, is of course a master of this. He was saying yesterday that you've got to get the curbs absolutely right. That's Barrichello third, David Coulthard fourth, still very close to each other. And Häkkinen was saying, if you attack too much, you go off. If you don't attack enough, you lose time. So he is certainly gaining time. He's nearly 2 seconds ahead of Michael Schumacher now. They're lapping about 3/10 of a second differently, with Häkkinen the faster. But it's still McLaren, Ferrari. Ferrari, McLaren. The BAR of Jacques Villeneuve in fifth position. And look at Mika Häkkinen, the way he's throwing that McLaren about.
Yeah, well, it's exactly what you were just talking about, and certainly Jenson didn't get hooked up on those curbs, and as you rightly said, it really is a question of attack and be very, very aggressive, but know the limit. Let the car fly a little bit, but be ready for when it lands, and it is really quite an art around this racetrack, and Coulthard needs to pass that Ferrari, otherwise his afternoon is wrecked.
Yeah, Coulthard is close enough to Barrichello, of course, for the pit stop to make all the difference. This is Barrichello that we're riding with now, and right up close behind us there is the McLaren. But Mika Häkkinen is looking better and better all the time in comparison with Michael Schumacher in terms of relative positions at pit stops. If Häkkinen comes in before Schumacher, of course Schumacher will pass, but if the Finn's pit stop turns out to be the quicker, it could be very, very close indeed for the lead when Michael Schumacher rejoins. Now we're on lap 15 out of 62 at the present moment. If they're both on two-stop strategies, which we believe they are, they'll be coming in about 9 laps time, and you can expect a stop of round about 8 seconds. When I say stop, I mean with the car stationary. They're going to lose a lot more time than that, of course, going into the pit lane and slowing down. There is now a maximum speed of 80 kilometers an hour in the pit lane on race day. That is very slow indeed. But at Silverstone, remember, when they've got to have new electronic systems in their cars, the drivers are going to be in charge of slowing down. At the present moment, they press a button and it's done electronically. And I'm expecting to see from Silverstone onwards quite a few penalties, 10-second penalties, plus the time to slow down and speed up for overshooting the mark in terms of speed in the pit lane, but not today.
Coulthard is better under braking. His car's working better under braking than Barrichello's Ferrari, which would also suggest Barrichello's carrying a bit more lard in his fuel tank. But Coulthard can't stay anywhere near him under acceleration away from the corners, and struggling with traction, getting the rear tyres hooked up to the racetrack is David Coulthard, it's clear to see.
Now, as you watch Barrichello third, Coulthard fourth,
I can tell you that the leaders, Häkkinen and Schumacher, are lapping at just a whisker over 1 minute 28. The third and fourth men that you're looking at are lapping at about 1.5 seconds slower than that, as a result of which the gap between Häkkinen, who is leading, and Barrichello and Coulthard, who are third and fourth, is just a whisker over 20 seconds. That's after 15 laps. Now, I don't think that signifies that Barrichello is necessarily on a different pit stop strategy than Michael Schumacher and Mika Häkkinen, but it just might do.
I think this is just going to be a slow-mo replay showing you just how hard the front suspension and tyres are working over those curbs of Ruben Barrichello's Ferrari, and both the leaders now in the 1 minute 27s, and again Häkkinen is a tenth faster. I think we're seeing, although Ferrari are way ahead in the World Championship, it may seem a strange thing to say, but I do believe that Häkkinen's McLaren has been the fastest car now of all of the first 3 races. But it's Michael that's come through and grabbed the points.
Here, retirement so far. Heinz-Harald Frentzen out very early in the race. Marc Genet out in the Minardi as a result of some sort of confrontation with Jenson Button, who is out in the Williams BMW. Jos Verstappen out in the Arrows, and both Minardis are out because Gaston Mazzacane was out, and that means there are 17 drivers left out of the 22 who started. The last on the track at the moment is Nick Heidfeld. He is in 17th position in the Prost. That is Mika Häkkinen. Look back, there is Michael Schumacher. No doubt about which is fastest now. It is this man, it's the Finn, Mika Häkkinen, the winner of 14 Grand Prix in his career. This is his 131st, and he's coming through now. He's completed his 17th lap, and in the background there, in the green Jaguar, is Johnny Herbert, and he is chasing Alexander Wurtz's Benetton. They are respectively 15th Johnny Herbert and 14th Alexander Wurtz. Now Eddie Irvine is still holding 7th position, so the Jaguars, which have been plagued with unreliability in the earlier races, and particularly Johnny Herbert's, are running well at the moment. Lap 18 out of 62. And look at this. This is Villeneuve battling with Jarno Trulli for 5th position.
Yes, Villeneuve really under pressure there, and knowing it, going very, very early to cover his line, which compromises his entry to that first Tamburello chicane quite badly. Now he's going to turn into a chicane that carries his name, but it's named after his father, of course, Gilles Villeneuve.
5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, because 7th in the green Jaguar is Eddie Irvine. 8th in the white Williams BMW is Ralf Schumacher with the yellow flash on his helmet. Behind him is Mika Salo. So 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th pretty close to each other on the circuit. We're on lap 18. Mika Häkkinen is going faster again. He's got the gap up to 2.6 seconds now. Over the crest.
Yeah, I was just thinking, if he was an Englishman, he'd be called Jack Newtown, wouldn't he? I don't know if they'd have named a chicane after him.
There's an interesting fact. And here is Jarno Trulli, who is in 6th place. Now, this is the drop down to the Rivat, so they're doing 185 miles an hour as they brake for the first left-hander. A bit of a squirt down to the second left-hander, take the apex at about 80 miles an hour, accelerate up to 180 at an enormous velocity. And Jarno Trulli, the man that Eddie Jordan was talking about so confidently and with such praise, and we're riding with now as we go into the start and finish straight, up towards the Tamburello at 175 miles an hour, back off a bit for the left, right again, accelerate up to 135 miles an hour, now 185 miles an hour to the second chicane at Villeneuve, right, left, right, hard on the brakes, 80 miles an hour for one of the most acute corners on the circuit, Tosa, and this is where the circuit starts to climb, up towards the Piratella. Under the bridge, there left, there's Eddie Irvine holding on to that 7th position. And the times, obviously, actually Eddie Irvine is catching Jarno Trulli. He's got the gap down to 0.6 of a second. This is the man who was second in the World Championship for Ferrari last year. won 4 races for the Maranello concern, Barrichello and David Coulthard, and they are closing up on Mazzacane, who will move over again.
Yes, Mazzacane having rejoined the race, as has Jos Verstappen in the Arrow, so we're back to 19 runners now.
And not only back to 19 runners, but back to going away from Imola for a little while, if you follow me. Marino Grand Prix. We are now on lap 22 out of 62 as you look at Villeneuve, followed by Trulli and Irvine.
Irvine's got some kind of problem. The shot before was Irvine behind Salo, so Irvine coming up the hill there looks like he ran out of gear shiftability or something like that. So Eddie Irvine slipping back down now to at least 9th position.
Well, we believe the Jaguar to be pretty quick given the opportunity, but it hasn't had much opportunity because it's had so much unreliability this year. Johnny Herbert is in 14th position. You've just seen Eddie Irvine lose at least one place with Ralf Schumacher going past in the Williams. He is now in 7th position. Salo has passed Irvine, who is dropping down through the field. He's only got Zonta 6 seconds behind him now, and if he's got a problem, he's going to slip back down and down the field and probably come into the pits. Rubens Barrichello in the Ferrari, hanging on 3rd position ahead of David Coulthard. David Coulthard, of course, who won here in 1998, finished 2nd here last year to Michael Schumacher. And the German is 3.3 seconds behind Mika Häkkinen. But as I say that, I see that probably Michael Schumacher's got the message that pit stops are imminent because he's on a charge now, fastest first sector of the afternoon.
Jaguar mechanics in the pit lane too, but Eddie Irvine is now back up to in the Heidfeld there with his stop and go penalties, what you saw coming through the pits, but the Jaguar ready. Eddie Irvine did have a problem, but he's actually back up to speed in the first sector, a bit tardy in the middle of the lap, so clearly Irvine's still carrying some kind of drama. Mechanics are ready for him if indeed there's anything they can do.
Well, we are all keeping a weather eye on the pit lane. James Allen is down there, and James, as I say that, has got some news for us.
Yeah, very interesting time this, Murray, in the build-up to the first stops, and I tell you, there's a very intensive discussion been going on between Luca Baldesseri, who is Michael Schumacher's race engineer, and Ross Brawn, of course, the strategist at Ferrari. They're trying to dream up a clever trick now to get Michael ahead of Häkkinen. As far as I see it, they have two options. they can either short fill him, put in less fuel than Häkkinen's going to put in, which means that when Häkkinen comes after his pit stop, Michael will be ahead of him, or they can long fill him, which is what they did last year, and then he could do a longer second stint. For sure they're going to try something here. They don't want to sit behind Häkkinen all day, but as you and Martin have been saying, there's no question here this weekend the McLaren is the faster car, so an uphill struggle for them for sure.
The McLaren is the faster car if it's got Mika Häkkinen at the wheel. It's not if it's got David Coulthard, because you see, David, even if he is in a faster car, is not got the superior speed enough to get past Barrichello.
That's Verstappen carrying out a stop-and-go penalty for blocking. As you can see yourself, they're not allowed to touch the car. If he needs tyres or fuel, he's got to come in again. You're not allowed to do it. You stop at your own box, 10 seconds stationary. It's going to cost you about 26, 27 seconds all told, including negotiating the pit lane. And I can only assume that's because he was blocking the leaders as he was lapped, because he's running last. He could not have been blocking another competitor.
Lap 24. Now, you watch Barrichello and David Coulthard. I'll tell you what's happening in front of and behind them. Mika Häkkinen has got Michael Schumacher in second place, 3.3 seconds behind him. There's Barrichello, who's 30 seconds behind Häkkinen. You can see where Coulthard is. Fifth is Jacques Villeneuve, 45 seconds behind the leader. In comes Trulli. Sixth is Trulli, or was, because now Ralf Schumacher's gone past him and up into the points, but not for long. Seventh is Mika Salo. Eighth is was Eddie Irvine, but he's in the pits. So it will now be Pedro Diniz and Ricardo Zonta.
Truly away first. It amazes me there's not more broken legs in that pit lane as the cars pull away, especially when they sweep back in and your rear wheel cuts the arc of the corner. This is a replay of Zonta getting out of shape into one of the chicanes. Across the grass, it's the last chicane actually, and then he's going to be, that's Heidfeld finishing his dreadful weekend parked up, and obviously a technical failure, a little bit of smoke coming from the front, but actually that is just a bit of heat soak from the brake discs and calipers. Louise, what can you tell us about Swerve Urban?
Well, he's just been into the pits. We saw earlier on, just before he came for that pit stop, he did lose a lot of time. He reported back to the team that he was having a misfire. So what they did, they brought him into the pit slightly earlier than he was due to come in, and they've actually switched something off, according to technical director Gary Anderson. He wouldn't be drawn further on what it was they'd switched off, but he says that he's quite confident that that's going to correct the problem. So Irv's on his way again, and fingers crossed that's the end of the problem.
I certainly can't imagine what it is, and he'd switch off to stop a misfire. Let's hope he's succeeded, though. Eddie Irvine's down to 9th position at the moment. In comes the Minardi of Mazzacane, 17th position. Heidfeld, of course, out of the race. Jos Verstappen is still running. Haven't seen him recently. That means to say that there are 18 competitors still left in the race, as Mazzacane, with the shortest pit road of all to get out of the pit lane, shoots back into the fray.
Fastest pit stop of the race last year was 23.9 seconds all told, including negotiating the lane itself by Michael Schumacher. It's a little bit slower down there this year, so we're looking at something of 24, 25 seconds total loss. Now, cars 1 and 2 on the road, Häkkinen and Schumacher already have over half a minute gap on Barrichello and Coulthard, so they've got a pit stop plus in their pockets.
Mika Häkkinen is underlining his superiority here today. Fastest lap, 1:27.38, which is 1.2 seconds faster than Michael Schumacher's fastest lap last year, and the McLaren mechanics are out in the pit lane. Now, I would imagine it's for Coulthard rather than Häkkinen, because they've probably decided that if they bring Coulthard in, who clearly can't get past Barrichello, and it is. Are you there, James, or not?
I am down here, Murray, and this is going to be a very interesting one. The clock going to go on to this. It's very hard to see exactly how long it's going to be. 7, 8, 9 seconds. That's a two-stop strategy. Interesting.
Yes, and David wasn't into first gear fast enough there. For every second that the car was stationary, there's about 3.5 laps worth of fuel going in when it all shakes out. So Coulthard there with a reasonable pit stop, but definitely lost another half second before he got away.
I was working something else out at the time, but I think David has actually kept his 4th place, and that Jacques Villeneuve did not get through and take that position whilst David was still in the pit lane.
Oh, Villeneuve was only 15.6 seconds behind, so he must be ahead of him. I think, Murray, you can't stop in anything less than 24, 25 seconds, as we see another ailing Prost, which can only be a Lacey because Heidfeld is already out of the race, and there's some long, long faces in that Prost team.
Prost are having a terrible season. They've had problems with the Peugeot engine. This is Michael Schumacher. He's now 3.7 seconds behind Mika Häkkinen, and the Jaguar there coming round the left-hander and up towards Tosa. On the tail of Wurtz's Benetton is that of Johnny Herbert, and he's ahead of Fisichella. So the Benettons are having a pretty unhappy race because they're down in 13th and 15th positions. Now let's look at the relative speed of Johnny Herbert in the Jaguar and the Benetton, but now the Ferrari mechanics, you just saw them there, are out. Now, is this for Schumacher? Is it for Barrichello? They are second and third.
I'd have thought they're going to be responding with Barrichello's car to David Coulthard's stop. It's what I'd imagine they're going to do. As you see a Lacey sweep straight in the garage, but we're getting the information up here that Häkkinen and Schumacher will stop on the same lap. I'm not quite sure where that information's come from, but it's coming through my headphones now. And look, Ferrari and McLaren mechanics, all of them. Yes, here's Häkkinen. Now does Schumacher follow him down the pit lane? Can't see Schumacher going around the last chicane, so he must be in the pit lane somewhere. It's very, very tight entry there. Then yes, Michael Schumacher also stopping at the same time. A straight race between the mechanics. James.
It took Schumacher a lot longer to get here than I expected, and he's still there, but quite a long fill. What does the clock say, guys? How long was it?
Well, 9.9 seconds, Schumacher.
He's doing what I thought he would do. He's put more fuel in for the second stint, so it's been very interesting.
Yeah, Mika Häkkinen has gained time. He's increased his advantage as a result of that pit stop. But if James is right, and I'm sure he is, there we are. You see he's gained 2 seconds at least on that pit stop. But Michael Schumacher has had more fuel put in the car. That is going to be very significant in the closing stages of the race. When he comes in for another stop, new tyres, he'll be doing the end of the race on a brand new set of tyres. And at the present moment, it's still Häkkinen, Schumacher, Barrichello, Villeneuve up into 4th place, Ralf Schumacher into 5th position, Coulthard down into 6th place, the Ferrari mechanics out there waiting for Barrichello to come out. We're on lap 28 out of 62.
Yes, Coulthard now down into the 27s rather. Now he doesn't have to look at the back of Barrichello's Ferrari. Crucial lap now, this out lap. Neither Häkkinen nor Michael Schumacher have got any traffic ahead of them. Look, clear track ahead. So it's a question of getting back up to speed within 1 or 2 corners, really. And already now halfway around the lap, 2/3 of the way around the lap, Häkkinen should be braking exactly where he was braking before he came into the pits. You really have to condition yourself to just pick up that speed, that race speed, immediately you leave the pits.
Well, we're riding with Barrichello now in 3rd position. And I can tell you that Michael Schumacher on the new rubber is gained half a second in 1 sector from the leader, as in comes Barrichello, hits the pit stop speed limiter. There are the Ferrari mechanics. James.
Yeah, Rubens comes in. Now, of course, the critical thing here is we thought he was running quite a heavy fuel load. So he's come in now. They're putting a reasonable amount of fuel in. Well, 7.7 seconds. Pretty difficult to tell what Rubens is up to today. Maybe he's just slow, guys.
Yeah, I think it may well be that. As I said earlier on, he couldn't get to grips with the handling of the Ferrari in the practice and qualifying sessions, nor this morning.
Ralf Schumacher there moves up to 4th because he hasn't stopped yet, but Barrichello remains ahead of Coulthard. Coulthard did not, he had a slower pit stop and was not able to gain any track position. Now Villeneuve's in the pits from what was 4th place, a realistic when it all sorts itself out after the stops, the first stops. Villeneuve's the 4th and Ralf Schumacher is 5th.
Well, looking good for McLaren with Häkkinen, not looking so good for McLaren with Coulthard. Looking questionable for both Schumacher and Barrichello until we get into the later stages of the race. And now you see the Ferrari rejoining and Ralf Schumacher moving up into a higher position.
Yes, that's Schumacher going up into 3rd. That was a replay they were just showing us. So that's 3rd, 4th and 5th. But Ralf has yet to stop, I would reiterate.
And once again, Ralf Schumacher, well, I was going to say surprising us. He's not surprising me now. He's a lot younger than his brother. Michael is 31 years old and Ralf Schumacher is 24. But Ralf is a mighty fine driver. Give him another 5 years and he's certainly going to be up there with his brother, if not ahead of him. It's always been, funnily enough, the younger brother when there have been partnerships in Grand Prix racing, like the Stewarts and the Rodriguez brothers, who has been the faster. And in comes Ralf as I say that. You're watching the Williams BMW of Ralf Schumacher, who was in 3rd position. Nice clean stop. No indication of the time, so I can't tell you. Rejoins. Now, let's see who... That is Villeneuve going through. So Villeneuve has got a track position advantage there over the Williams BMW of Ralf Schumacher in the background. We're on lap 30 out of 62. So, as near as makes no difference, half the distance as you get that replay of the BAR and the Williams rejoining.
It's a horrible feeling when you come on the other side of that pit wall and the man you're desperately trying to get track position on flashes past. It's so frustrating and disappointing, and that's exactly what Ralf Schumacher had to watch then as Villeneuve swept through into an effective 4th position.
Lap 31, you're watching the race leader, Mika Häkkinen. Michael Schumacher is 4.5 seconds behind him on a longer pit stop. Ralf Schumacher was 3rd, but is now gone down, and Rubens Barrichello is therefore up into 3rd position. David Coulthard in 4th position. I can't tell you any more of the first 10 because I want to see where Ralf Schumacher is on the circuit, but all we know for sure is that Villeneuve got track advantage on him there.
Yes, I said 4th for Ralf Schumacher. I should have said 5th. Coulthard's 4th, Barrichello 3rd, Michael 2nd, Mika is 1st, of course. Look out, it's a break.
Over half distance. Here is the top 10. Mika Häkkinen leads Michael Schumacher by 5.1 seconds. Bit misleading because their times at the pit stops were very different. Rubens Barrichello 3rd, 34 seconds behind, just ahead of David Coulthard 4th. They've both stopped. Jacques Villeneuve is in 5th position ahead of Ralf Schumacher, gained advantage on the pit stop. 7th is Mika Salo, 8th is Jarno Trulli. Eddie Irvine still running in the Jaguar in spite of that long pit stop. 9th position, Ricardo Zonta is 10th. 17 runners left, 15 are on the same lap. And out come the Jaguar mechanics for, I presume, Johnny, yes, it's got to be Johnny Herbert. He has not stopped yet. over half distance. Eddie Irvine, of course, has been in some few laps ago. You're looking at Villeneuve and Schumacher, BAR Honda and Williams BMW, and they are in 5th and 6th places, with Mika Salo in the background in the Sauber as Johnny Herbert in the Jaguar comes into the pits. Clean his visor. New set of Bridgestones go on. Out comes the Jack. There's a problem somewhere. What is it? Right? Oh no, it's just the fuel taking longer than the wheels to change.
Yes, one stopper, of course, so 12 seconds is about right. That'll see Herbert to the end of the race. And this will be a replay of the leader, Mika Hakkinen, lapping Jos Verstappen. There must have been a De La Rosa, who's 15th, actually, and Mika Hakkinen sweeping through them.
Perfect mathematical stop for Johnny Herbert. He came in as we expected on that lap 33. That's 1 lap over half distance. It took him 11 seconds, which is exactly what you would have expected. And Rubens Barrichello is still staving off David Coulthard, who cannot make the Brazilian make the mistake, but David needs to get past the Ferrari.
Well, 2 teams who did well in Brazil, the last Grand Prix, which is Benetton and Jordan, having an appalling afternoon. Jordan, best runner at the moment, is truly in 8th. Frentzen out of the race, and we've got to look down. Where have we go? The 12th for Wirtz in the Benetton and 14th for Fisichella. Absolutely nowhere. Fisichella currently 2nd in the World Championship as a driver.
Right, we've got 3 races at the front. We've got Hakkinen versus Schumacher with 4 seconds between them. We've got Barrichello versus Coulthard with just about half a second between them. And diving through on the inside goes Pedro Diniz to take 10th position from Zonta, who retakes it again. Yes. So Pedro outreached himself, dived in too fast, and now he's losing ground to Zonta, and closing up on him are Alexander Wurz. And there it is, there's a replay, you see. Pedro dived through, got onto the grass. Zonta said, thank you very much, I'll have that back again.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. It was certainly worth a go there by Dinitz, and Mika lost about 9/10 the lap previous to this, but now has pulled another 3/10 of that back again. So Mika, I think they're yo-yoing a little bit now between Schumacher and Hakkinen as they go through the traffic.
So we're hanging on now to see whether whatever the Ferrari pit strategy is going to help them on the second stop. Now the second stop should be round about lap 43, and that is in 9 laps time.
Barrichello's been extremely serene in the Ferrari, but you have to say he's not been stunningly fast. Melbourne he looked half tidy, but in the other races I don't think he's quite, or he's not been really anywhere near the pace of Michael Schumacher in the sister car.
No, nor was Eddie Irvine, of course, last year. I mean, if Eddie got within half a second of Michael Schumacher, he reckoned he was doing about as well as he could do. Rubens Barrichello that you're looking at has been closer than that, but not here. He was 0.8 of a second off the pace for qualifying. And Michael Schumacher is not making any impression on Mika Hakkinen. Well, I tell a lie, he made a 0.2 impression on him on the last lap. But he's still 4 seconds behind Hakkinen, albeit a bit closer than he was, as Villeneuve and Ralf Schumacher there, 5th and 6th, battle on the circuit, round the Aqua Minerale bends, climbing up towards the Variante Alta. This is it, left, and accelerate away. So BMW V10 in the Williams, Honda V10 in the BAR. Both engines are new to Formula One this year. Both very, very welcome indeed, because there is starting to develop in Formula One a problem with enough good engines to satisfy all the 11 teams, soon to be 12 when Toyota join.
As we cut back to the BAR, bouncing across the curbs. I was just watching Coulthard and Barrichello there together, nose to tail. Here we see it again. Touch of déjà vu for both of them, really. They were squabbling over the British Formula 3 Championship many years ago. Barrichello just nipping it at the last moment from David Coulthard.
And there's Zonta with Pedro Diniz. Pedro, of course, didn't get a drive in Brazil due to the fact that the Sauber wing broke off Mika Salo's car, and Pedro Diniz was withdrawn because it was felt to be too dangerous. And the Brazilian is certainly attacking his countryman now. Brazilian Ricardo Zonta, Brazilian Pedro Diniz. It's Zonta's first race at Imola. And as a result of Zonta holding Pedro Diniz up, which he undoubtedly is, you can see the Benetton behind closing up all the time. That's Alexander Wurz in 12th position. Behind him is teammate Fisichella. 14th is De La Rosa in the Arrows. 15th is Johnny Herbert. And then Mazzacane with a lap behind them, Jos Verstappen in 17th position. But it's getting pretty close because, look, Wurz is closing in the Benetton all the time on the car in front of him. Hello, a bit of a problem here.
I think that's Diniz,
yes,
still
Diniz.
All over Zonta like a bad suit, and Diniz really has a much faster car. Zonta appears to be struggling to slow down, but as we saw, he just couldn't make the move stick when it came to it.
Well, Mika Häkkinen certainly seems to have this race by the throat, although Michael Schumacher is consistently faster in the first sector of this circuit. Häkkinen invariably gets it back in the later two sectors, and the gap is up to 4.5 seconds now. But Ferrari are still in those strong second and third places, and Michael Schumacher, of course, would get 6 points for the World Championship if he finishes in second place. James is in that area, I think.
Well, it may look a bit dull on the track at the moment, I tell you, but this is such a finely balanced motor race. It's really fantastic. Both Mika Häkkinen and Michael Schumacher pushing to the limit. And Häkkinen's going to need all of these 4.5 seconds, because I reckon he's going to stop around about lap 43. But I think Michael Schumacher has the fuel to go for about 5 or possibly even 6 laps more. And of course, his second stop will be shorter in terms of time, because he'll be putting less fuel in than Häkkinen. So unless Häkkinen can get a few more seconds lead, this race will be won on the second fuel stop. Could be very interesting.
Well, he's not getting it at the moment, James. Thanks for that. They're on lap 38. So there's another 5 laps before we expect Mika Häkkinen to come in. Another 11 laps before we expect Michael Schumacher to come in. So it looks as though it's going to be a mighty close finish to the San Marino Grand Prix at this circuit, which has seen so much excitement and drama over the years. Pedro Diniz still chasing Ricardo Zonta as they plunge down to the Rivazza, break from 185 miles an hour down to about 80 miles an hour. Alexander Wurz not closing. Fisichella has been lapped in now in the Benetton. He's 13 seconds behind this fight that you're seeing now, but Häkkinen is closing on all of them. Now, Zonta and Diniz and Wurz are occupied with each other. Diniz is trying to get past Zonta, Wurz is trying to catch Diniz, and none of them will be paying much attention to their mirrors. They'll be watching the car ahead, and this could enable Michael Schumacher to close that gap on Mika Häkkinen. This could be absolutely critical.
One of those Benettons has got to come in for a stop soon. Neither Benetton have yet stopped. Remember, they went 51 laps into the Brazilian Grand Prix, demonstrating both the size of their fuel tank and the economy of their Supertech engine. And Michael has put a sprint on. He took 0.8 of a second. There's a lot of gravel. Somebody's been off the road. It's Zonta finally outbraked himself, and Mika Häkkinen is through, and Michael Schumacher now has to clear those two before Hirotella. Zonta going off in Villeneuve. He's been looking like an accident, looking for somewhere to happen for a few laps, and there it finally is.
Well, maybe that's turned to Mika Häkkinen's advantage. There is the Finn on his 39th lap. 4 laps to go before he stops, if we are right. Now he's up to Alexander Wurz, who is in 12th position with Zonta ahead. So Schumacher is passed.
Yes, Michael only lost 0.4 of a second in the middle sector there, passing the yellow car, but he still yet has to clear Zonta. Zonta's still sideways everywhere.
And moves, stays right, lets Michael Schumacher through. Good bit of driving there. He spotted the Scarlet Ferrari in his mirrors. And now he's got Mazzacane, but Mazzacane is a lap behind him. So not a danger in terms of track position. In comes Alexander Wurz.
Good news for Häkkinen. Wurz was his next target to be lapped. So that makes it slightly easier for Häkkinen through the traffic. And now, effectively, they've cleared all of those 3 that were having a squabble.
The gap is up. The gap is up to nearly 5 seconds. Häkkinen has benefited from that. We're going for a break. We'll be back soon. Is at the front at the present moment. It is still McLaren, Ferrari, McLaren, Hakkinen, Schumacher, Barrichello, Coulthard. But there could be, because we're getting towards the point when Mika Hakkinen there, who has just passed Pedro Diniz and lapped the 10th place man, is coming in.
Yes, but Michael Schumacher a full 1 second faster on the last lap. You can see it for yourself now. A new fastest lap of 27.1, 1.4 seconds faster than last year's best lap. So Schumacher now putting in a charge. You could see the traffic ahead of him, and the Benetton having had 2 stabs at getting away there of Fisichella, and Michael now beginning to apply his traditional late race pressure. But as we've seen before, Mika Hakkinen is usually more than up to it.
Yeah, Ross Brawn will probably, who is the Ferrari technical director and the strategical guru, will probably have told Michael Schumacher that Mika Hakkinen is due to come in soon. So loud pedal, Michael, and lots of it. Cut the gap, and you could take the lead after your second stop in 6 laps time after Mika Hakkinen. That's my surmise. We'll wait for time to tell whether I'm right or wrong. No change 3rd, Barrichello. No change 4th, David Coulthard. Villeneuve is still 5th. 0.8 of a second behind him is Ralf Schumacher in the Williams BMW 6. Salo is 7th, Trulli is 8th, Eddie Irvine, Jaguar is 9th, Pedro Diniz is 10th and has been lapped.
Yes, I would think Coulthard, he's yo-yoing up and up to the back of Barrichello from time to time, but with the turbulent air coming off the back of the Ferrari, that's just about as close as you can get around here. And what's going to frustrate Coulthard when he sees the video of this race, and all of the drivers study the videos very, very carefully to see what they can learn of the opposition. What's going to frustrate him is it was Michael Schumacher's tardy wheel-spinning start that ended up putting him behind Rubens Barrichello. And look how close now Michael Schumacher is to Mika Hakkinen. Mika Hakkinen's lost a lot of time in the first section here, just about 3 seconds. He clearly had to follow Diniz for an awful long time.
And Michael Schumacher's now got to follow Diniz. Is the Brazilian going to move over?
Oh, did he make a mistake? He passed Diniz on the previous lap, didn't
he?
So Diniz caught Hakkinen too. So did Mika Hakkinen make a mistake? And there's Michael having to lock a brake as well. But did Hakkinen make a mistake, or has he got a little drama?
Well, I don't know, but you're absolutely right. That gap is a lot less than 3.4 seconds. And remember, Mika Hakkinen is going to be coming in very shortly. Michael Schumacher will be staying out, and he will be really applying the pressure then to increase the gap over himself and Mika Hakkinen enough to enable him to hold the lead when he comes out of the pits after his second stop. We're on lap 43.
Yes, that locking up his wheels, trying not to run into the back of Diniz, cost Michael Schumacher 1.1 seconds in the middle of the lap that they're currently on. Right, Hakkinen over the line. 129.7. Michael Schumacher still 0.7 of a second faster. The gap down to 2.6. I'd like to see a replay and see if Hakkinen just made a mistake. His car looks fine, sounds fine, but I don't know why he lost so much time on the last lap.
Neither do I, but it could be the thing that decided the race. I say it could be. We've still got some time to go. This is lap 44, 62-lap race. You're looking at the 2 leaders who are 43 seconds ahead of the battle for 3rd position. And it is still Hakkinen, McLaren, Schumacher, Ferrari, Barrichello, Ferrari, David Coulthard, who is very close indeed to the Ferrari as he exits and starts another lap and comes up towards the Tamburello.
It's a strange thing, but when you follow a car like this for so long, as Coulthard now has for 43 laps, they're on their 44th, you get mesmerised. You end up just matching your pace to the car in front. Sometimes you drop back and try and get out of that bad rhythm that you're into. And McLaren mechanics are out in the pit lane looking out of the window here. So McLaren mechanics getting ready for what I would imagine should be a second scheduled stop for one of their 2 drivers.
Yeah, and Fisichella is about to be lapped by the flying cars behind them.
Hakkinen's in the pits, Murray. Hakkinen's in the pits. The crowd are going mad out here. Michael Schumacher takes the lead of the race. Hakkinen now looks like a regular stop. As James pointed out, the Ferrari had more fuel in it. The car goes down very, very quickly, and away it goes. So Great pit stop there. 8.3 seconds for Mika Hakkinen.
8.3 seconds. Now we're into the bit of the race that really matters as Mika Hakkinen sprints out of the pit lane. Michael Schumacher has taken the lead. Michael Schumacher will know that. Ferrari will have told him, not that he'll need telling because he's a master tactician himself, that he's got to keep going as fast as he possibly can in the remaining laps before he comes in for his second pit stop. So there is Fisichella about to be lapped by Barrichello and by Coulthard. Mazzacane is there and he's 2 laps down.
Yes, this could be Coulthard's best chance of the race now. While Barrichello's attention is held up in front of him with the, well, he's moving out of the way very nicely, so no problems there, no opportunities for Coulthard. Barrichello keeping his head. Now he's got the Benetton ahead of him to lap also.
Nice bit of marshalling. You saw the marshal waving the blue flag there, and that means move over. There is a driver behind you who is going faster and has the right to pass. In comes Jarno Trulli from 6th position. In behind him comes Eddie Irvine from 7th position. Absolutely together. Terrifically exciting. Now is Trulli going to get out and hold his position? Yes, no! My goodness, it's close. Yes, but look now, Irvine is much closer to him than he was. It was 2 seconds when they came in, and it's virtually nothing now.
I tell you, you never look left in that situation. When the lollipop goes up, you go. You have no visibility. All you can, if you looked in your mirrors, all you'd see is all of your own mechanics, and that was so close to being contact in the pit lane.
Fighting for track position. Eddie Irvine in the Jaguar, going extremely well, holding the Jordan of Jarno Trulli.
Yes, Irvine will have a half a chance, but Trulli get too good a traction out of the Villeneuve chicane there. Trulli now should just about hold his position. Trulli was a long time getting into first gear. Looked like it went dog to dog and just could not get the first gear to connect.
Meantime, up at the front of the San Marino Grand Prix, Michael Schumacher is 20.5 seconds ahead of Mika Hakkinen, who has had his second stop. Michael Schumacher has not. Now, Schumacher, the conventional wisdom is that at a circuit like this, the driver in front has to be at least 20 seconds ahead of the driver behind in order to be able to get into the pit lane, stop, take on new tyres. That's Ralf Schumacher going off. Ferrari are getting ready to come out. I don't think 20 seconds is enough. It needs to be 24, 25 seconds to enable Michael Schumacher to hold that lead. He's coming in earlier than I expected him to because he must be coming in on the next lap. The mechanics have to come out on the lap that their driver is coming in.
Yes, Barrichello's in the pits this time around. You can see for yourself Michael Schumacher remains on track. So, yes, you're right. If there was a stop now, then Michael Schumacher would come out still in the lead of this race. He's 21.5 seconds ahead of Hakkinen that time over the line.
And if Michael Schumacher wins this race, it is going to be... He's right up with Villeneuve now, who is in 6th position.
Let me correct that. He would not come out in front of Mika Hakkinen.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Correct.
Mika Hakkinen would remain in the lead. So Michael Schumacher's got to put another 5, or that's Ralf Schumacher retiring from the race. And Barrichello's in, and so is Coulthard. That's the scrap for 3rd place you've been watching all afternoon. Who's going to get away first? The Ferrari should be easily away first, and it is. Oh, that is so close. Well done. Amazing stop there from the McLaren boys. And just, well, Barrichello did well to avoid an incident there. And surely now, Coulthard's got the faster car. That should give him the podium opportunity. Michael Schumacher's going to have to stay out for at least another 5 or 6 laps if he's going to get track position. There's Ralf Schumacher walking back to the pits. You saw his car pulling off a moment or two back. Coulthard definitely getting his thing hooked, his first gear hooked up this time, and Barrichello just having to yield. Simple as that.
Yeah, a lovely bit of driving by David Coulthard. You want track position here, Rubens? Well, you're not going to get it. In his slots, and now, as Martin has pointed out, and I've had the suspicion all along. Ah, here we are. This is it. This is going to be the stop that decides the race. The Ferrari mechanics are now coming out for Michael Schumacher, and the gap is 21.6 seconds as brother Ralf walks in, leaving the stricken Williams BMW behind him. Now, David Coulthard ahead of Barrichello. And look, you see, there's a gap extending all the time. It's beginning to look like question mark first, question mark second, David Coulthard third, Rubens Barrichello fourth, because at last the bung has been released from the bottle that was holding up David Coulthard, and he is fairly streaking away from Rubens Barrichello. Undoubtedly a very frustrated man.
Yes, Coulthard will want to show now just how fast he would have been without the problems at the start, but there's little point in throwing it off the road because he needs to, he will not catch Hakkinen or Michael Schumacher. Schumacher on a hot lap, Murray.
Yeah, very hot indeed. Faster than he's ever been in the first sector. Fastest of all in the second sector. Michael Schumacher, as I expected, is extending his lead over Michael Schumacher, and the Ferrari mechanics are ready for him. James.
Yes, he's going to put less fuel in, of course, than Mika Hakkinen did in his stop. And of course, the McLaren mechanics did a fantastic job for Coulthard, which is where the race is going to be won and lost. It was a 6-2, he's going to do it by about a second, Murray.
Sensational! 2 seconds advantage on the pit stop. There is Michael Schumacher exiting the pit lane. Where is Mika Hakkinen? There he is in the background. The crowd rises. The crowd rises. They can see a chance for their hero, Michael Schumacher, to make it 3 wins in a row, to do the hat-trick for his team Ferrari, and to beat Mika Hakkinen fair and square on the track. Now we're on lap 49 now. There are 13 laps to go, including the one that he is on. He's on fresh tyres. Ferrari will have judged the fuel to perfection. He's on a lighter car than he might have been, and Mika Hakkinen is down in second place. It looks like yet another bit of brilliant tactical thinking by Ross Brawn on the circuit, and Mika Hakkinen and Michael Schumacher at the wheel.
I'm trying to work out the mathematics of all of that, because he didn't just pip Hakkinen out of the pit lane, did he?
Right. Well, he was
positively the pit straight ahead of him. Absolutely amazing.
He's done what we've seen him do before. He was on a real flyer in that lap. You see,
there's part of the answer. The 1:26.8 on his in lap. So Michael Schumacher there putting in one of his classic sprints when he most needs to. Didn't it make a huge difference?
Nearly 2 seconds faster than last year's fastest lap. Lap 49 then. Schumacher leads. Will he continue to do so? Hakkinen down to second place. Coulthard up to third. Barrichello down to fourth. Villeneuve is fifth ahead of Mika Salo in the Sauber up into sixth position. Jarno Trulli is seventh in the Jordan. Eddie Irvine is eighth. Deniz is ninth. And Alexander Wurz is 10th.
Yes, I think Salo's probably the driver of the race for me at the moment. He's chasing Villeneuve, just 0.4 of a second behind him. This is 5th and 6th place you're looking at. Salo looking particularly menacing to what is one of his best mates, actually, Jacques Villeneuve.
And it's a repeat of what happened in Australia, but if you remember, he had a tremendous battle with Jacques Villeneuve, only to be excluded because of a technical infringement of the rules. No fault of his, it was a fault of the team's, but it cost him precious points. But that Sauber is very, very much improved this year. New chassis, and it has last year's Ferrari engine badged as a Petronas, and you're looking at Jacques Villeneuve 5th, Mika Salo 6th, down to the Rivazza. Meantime, Michael Schumacher 3.7 seconds ahead of Mika Hakkinen after his second stop. But what matters is what are the relative times going to be on this, the 50th lap, with 12 to go after it has been completed. But at the present moment, Michael Schumacher looking strong for 10 World Championship points for the third race in succession. And I was saying earlier on, if Ferrari beat McLaren in this race, it's going to be very depressing for the Woking concern. They lost the first 2 races, not because of speed, but because of reliability. And we've never really had the chance yet to see on the track the comparative performance of the Ferrari and the McLaren. We've seen it today, aided by a brilliant, masterly strategy, and Michael Schumacher is on lap 51, and there is Mika Hakkinen cutting his way through the traffic.
Strategy is good on the Ferrari, but actually I think it's the hot laps he did just before he came in, plus the stunning in-lap that Michael, I'm just trying to work out the mathematics, it's clearly that stunning in-lap, the 6.2 second stop, and Michael maximised the speed limit through the pit lane. We're going to take a quick break, we'll be back shortly.
Lap 53 out of 62, the closing stages of the San Marino Grand Prix, and Mika Hakkinen is on a colossal charge.
This happened while you were away. De La Rosa spins out of 14th place, I believe, right rear suspension failure, not driver error there for De La Rosa. He limped away from this a little bit, but not a particularly heavy impact. Maybe just got sore feet from pressing the brake pedals around this tough racing circuit. Hakkinen is now the faster of the two leaders. Coulthard pulling clear from Barrichello, some 2 seconds a lap. Now he's managed to spring out in that amazing pit stop where he just got the nod on Barrichello as they pulled out of their respective garages. And Michael Schumacher, role reversal going on now. Michael Schumacher's now got to look at a silver McLaren homing on him, and in most of the afternoon Hakkinen has been watching the Ferrari behind him.
And just to show you how frustrating this race must have been for David Coulthard, he is lapping some 2 seconds faster than Rubens Barrichello now. Just about half a second slower than Mika Hakkinen, and closer than that actually, because David Coulthard is just on a very, very quick lap indeed, which may well turn out to be the fastest lap of the race, faster than Michael Schumacher's 1:26.8, which itself is some 2 seconds faster than the previous fastest lap last year, Michael Schumacher in the Ferrari. But anyway, this is the story of the race.
Another 0.2 of a second faster that time, Hakkinen, so the gap, the lead now down to 2.4 seconds for Michael Schumacher. There it is on your screen, 2.440, traffic ahead of them. Hakkinen now on a sprint. I would think he'll be scratching his head to see that Ferrari ahead of him, just like I was after the pit stop, because the mathematics are amazing there. And he's going to be thinking, how did that Ferrari get out ahead of me by so far?
And Michael Schumacher's going to be thinking, I'm closing up on Mika Sauber, which is in 6th place and battling with Jacques Villeneuve's BAR. I hope they see me coming, realise who I am, and know from the red colour of my car that it's my Ferrari, and move over and let me through, because there is Mika Hakkinen getting closer all the time on lap 54 out of 62. The gap is down to 2.4 seconds. Villeneuve and Salo go into the Rivazza and now out of it. No, I'm sorry, they're coming up towards the end of the lap down to the Traguardo.
Michael's actually quicker on this lap so far through the middle section. He comes over the line now with a 27.3. There's Hakkinen coming over with a 27.7, so the gap now up to 2.7 seconds.
But this is it now, just watch there. The white car is Villeneuve in 5th position. The other one behind is Salo Sauber, which has got Michael Schumacher getting closer and closer all the time on lap 55 out of 62. In what's turned out, as we expected, to be an absolutely riveting race in the closing stages because of the different strategies of the Ferrari and McLaren teams. Michael Schumacher took the lead as a result of that from Mika Hakkinen. Now is Salo. Yes, well done, Mika Salo. He moves over and lets Michael Schumacher through and doesn't delay the Ferrari.
Ferrari engine, of course, in the back of that Sauber, but I think Mika Salo is a straight player, straight guy, and he will not mess around with these two leaders, even though it's left him really falling on. Look how far he's fallen off the back of Villeneuve now. But I'm sure he got a pretty early call to say, Michael's coming up behind you.
Yeah, 10 out of 10 to Mika Salo. That was a very selfless move of his, because he's lost a lot of track time and space to Jacques Villeneuve ahead of him, who's now been passed by Michael Schumacher. And Michael has got the BAR and the Sauber between him and Mika Hakkinen's McLaren. So it's going to depend on how Salo and Villeneuve treat Mika Hakkinen when he comes up to pass them. I've no reason to doubt that they'll be any less generous to him than they were to Michael Schumacher. And the gap between the Ferrari and the McLaren is down to 2.4 seconds on lap 56 out of 62. I think Mika was actually delayed momentarily there, and every moment is going to matter.
Yes, Salo was looking in his mirrors saying, well, go on then, go down that side, I'm giving you some space. So Mika did get delayed, but I don't think it was intentional on Salo's part. That was a crucial stage of the race. Michael certainly got the spring on that one.
14 points potentially for Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship, 10 points potentially for McLaren. So if they stay where they are, Ferrari will extend their already massive lead over McLaren in the Constructors' Championship. And of course, if they stay where they are,
Michael Schumacher's going to extend his already massive lead over Mika Häkkinen, which is 20 points, to 24 points. But there's many a slip twixt cup and lip. Lap 56, 62-lap race.
Well, we've been saying all afternoon we thought the McLaren, or we're sure the McLaren actually on outright pace is slightly faster, but here we are, both McLarens running, albeit one delayed earlier on, Coulthard, and really, Michael's got the legs on them, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I'm just
where
looking,
he needs to be.
Just looking at the sector times, he's just done the fastest first sector of the race. He's coming through to complete the lap, and the gap goes up to 3.2 seconds, despite a stirring last sector by Mika Häkkinen that you're looking at. Just put a wheel over the curb onto the dust. There's grasscrete there on the inside. What looks like grass is actually perforated concrete blocks, which the grass grows through, and therefore offers some grip to the tyres if you go over the curb. We're on lap 57, so laps 58, 9, 60, 1 and 2, 5 laps to go. Michael Schumacher, in what has got a mythical reputation for reliability, his Ferrari, is in a very, very strong position indeed, because charge as Mika Häkkinen may, he's actually lost a bit of time. Some of that may have been due to traffic, but they've got a clear track now. Lap 58 coming up.
It always amazes me every year how close the cars are. If you compare the McLaren and Ferrari, the philosophies, for example, the Ferrari with a very, very high nose on it, and the detail through the car is so different. Different teams, different drivers, different mentality of the teams, and yet there's nothing to choose between them 57 laps into this race.
There is Michael Schumacher completing the lap. Now, he was 3.2 seconds ahead, and he's now 2.8 seconds ahead as a result of Mika Häkkinen making the fastest lap of the race, 1:26.7. Mika knows he's really got, I won't say to throw caution to the winds, he's a very calm, methodical bloke, but he knows he's got to dig, as he did yesterday to get the fastest lap in qualifying, to close the gap on Michael Schumacher, and even then he's got to get past him. Now, the order: Schumacher leads Häkkinen, you can see. Coulthard is 46 seconds behind them, but 23 seconds ahead of Barrichello, who I suspect has got a problem. Jacques Villeneuve has been lapped and is 5th. Picassalo is 6th, half a second behind Villeneuve. 7th is Jarno Trullis Jordan. 8th is Eddie Irvine, still in the running in the Jaguar. 9th is Pedro Diniz, and 10th is Alexander Wurz. Johnny Herbert in the second Jaguar, still running 11th place.
Well, the next person for Michael to lap, who's some 20 seconds down the road actually, is his own teammate, Rubens Barrichello. Gives you some idea of the pace of these two drivers up front.
That is incredible. Rubens Barrichello is 70 seconds behind Michael Schumacher, and Schumacher is lapping at the present moment in about 1:26, so 1:27. So another few laps, and as you rightly point out, Martin, the Ferrari would be lapping its teammate. And it goes through now. Häkkinen is 2.6 seconds behind. He certainly isn't giving up. I certainly wouldn't expect him to. McLaren can do nothing to help except keep their fingers crossed and pray for the Finn, who is giving it his everything on lap 59. You can see the gap visually. The gap in terms of time at the end of the lap was 2.6 seconds, and it is decreasing.
Yes, a new fastest lap there again from Mika Häkkinen, 26.604. You can see it on your screen. You're watching a battle royal between two supreme sportsmen who are absolutely on top of their cars and on top of their sport. Absolutely thrilling stuff.
14 wins for Mika Häkkinen in his career. Michael Schumacher has won 37 times, the outstanding driver of his age, already a double world champion, as is Mika Häkkinen, who's actually got more pole positions now, 24, than Michael Schumacher, 23. And there are plenty of people who are now saying, in their view, Mika Häkkinen is as good a driver as Michael Schumacher. That's a contentious point of view, but they hold it very strongly indeed.
He is the double reigning world champion, so he's got a bit of a head start on that argument, I would have thought.
And is he going to win this race? Michael Schumacher coming through now, right at the end of a lap where he started 2.6 seconds behind. He's into his he's 2.5 seconds. He's holding the gap. He's on lap 60 now. This one, the next one, the one after. And Michael, if he wins this race, will have 30 World Championship points. And remember, he joined Ferrari in 1996 from Benetton as double world champion because he wanted a challenge, and he could think of no greater challenge than trying to get Ferrari back into the position they were when Jody Scheckter last won the World Championship for drivers driving a Ferrari in 1979. That's how hard they've been trying. But Mika Häkkinen there is doing everything he can to stop him. He's faster than Michael Schumacher in the first sector by 0.2 of a second, and the Ferrari mechanics sitting there can only do as their McLaren rivals are in their garage: watch and hope and pray.
There's an arrow is about to come into play, but the drivers have been excellent this afternoon in getting out of the way. Michael's quicker in the middle section. He has been all through the afternoon. If Mika can close the gap down, I don't see where he's going to overtake him, but he needs those 10 points more than Michael Schumacher does. Schumacher's got 20 already. He's in for a triple here if he can finish these last few laps and win this medal race. He won here last year. He'll be the third driver to have a double win here in Imola, and Michael Schumacher looking extremely strong, but Mika Häkkinen really does need those 10 points.
Down comes the gap to 2.1 seconds. Out goes Jarno Trulli, or is he just off the track? He's making his way back very carefully to protect the nose wing. But Jos Verstappen is the man in the arrows who is 2 laps down ahead of Michael Schumacher. He needs to move over to let the German through cleanly. He does so. I'm sure he'll do the same thing for Mika Häkkinen. This is lap 61. Just 1 lap to go after that. I can't see even Mika Häkkinen catching and then getting past Michael Schumacher, but stranger things have happened in this world.
Trulli is out of the race. We're getting the information Trulli has actually stopped, but that doesn't affect the top 6. Eddie Irvine now moves up into 7th place, and there's Jarno Trulli being escorted out of the gravel trap.
Rotten day for Jordan. Both their drivers out. Heinz-Harald Frentzen, the first one to retire. Other retirements: Mark Genet, Jenson Button, Nick Halpine, John Alesi, Ralf Schumacher, De La Rosa, Verstappen, Mazzacane, Zonta, and now Jarno Trulli. And Michael Schumacher pursued by that man. Mika Häkkinen is very shortly going to start the 62nd and last lap of the San Marino Grand Prix, and he does so now. And the Ferraristas, the Tifosi in the grandstands are holding their breaths. They're going to go mad if Michael Schumacher wins this race for the 2nd year in succession, followed by a McLaren. This year driven by Mika Häkkinen. Last year, the 2nd place car was the McLaren of David Coulthard. The Ferrari mechanics are on the pit lane, and Häkkinen is climbing up from the Tosa, pursuing Michael Schumacher. 1.8 seconds was the gap at the end of the previous lap. The crowd is rising. They're going down to the Acqua Minerale bends, the lowest point of the circuit, where it starts to climb again to the Variante Alta, up to 180 miles an hour. Race leader Schumacher. 2nd place Mika Häkkinen. He can do it. I don't think he will, but he can. If Michael Schumacher makes a mistake, which is more than unlikely, we're going to see a dramatic change.
Yes, there's a car ahead, but it's the sister Ferrari of Barrichello, and it's far enough ahead not to come into play in any way, and there's absolutely no way Michael Schumacher will make a mistake to the end of this lap. It's just a question of cruising home now, providing us no silly mechanical dramas. Through the last corner, Murray.
Down to the Trocado and out of it, and Michael Schumacher wins the San Marino Grand Prix by 1.1 seconds from a marvellous Mika Häkkinen. What a sensational race this has been, and the 3rd successive victory for Michael Schumacher and for Ferrari puts him on 30 World Championship points to Mika Häkkinen's 10, Mika Häkkinen's 6, as David Coulthard comes down to the Rivazza to finish a stirring 3rd. He's going to be
some 35 seconds ahead of Rubens Barrichello. If only it had been better at the start for David Coulthard, this race could have been very different. So now he's finished first, second and third in 3 successive years. So, no doubt about it, Michael Schumacher, very strong indeed. Look at him. You can see how pleased he is as ever. I've said before, that's Barrichello coming home to finish 4th. So both McLarens home, 1 Ferrari home, the second one about to come home. Jacques Villeneuve has been lapped already, so he's finished 5th. He finished 4th in Australia. Mika Salo takes a justified point this time, provided there's no car problem, as there was in Brazil. And it is points for McLaren, for Ferrari, for BAR. What a wonderful year they're having in comparison with last year. And Sauber will be very pleased indeed. And over to James Allen.
Well, Ross, Murray is going absolutely ballistic, as you can imagine. That was a very audacious switch of strategy.
Well, it wasn't a switch, it's what we planned. I mean, we knew from that position that we had to do certain things, and it worked. I mean, luckily, I think he had a little bit of a problem in his pit stop, but even without that, I think we could have done it. I think what we've got to think about is what happened with Rubens, because that was so close to an accident, and I think we've got to have a think, all the teams, about how we handle that situation. I'm not criticising McLaren, but yeah, that was so close to an accident, and it's going to end up with a lot of mess in the pit lane. So we've got to have a think about what we do with those sort of situations.
Thanks so much, Ross.
I have to tell you, I don't know if you know, Martin, I have to tell you, I don't know what Ross Brawn is talking about.
Yes, I do. He's talking about when they released Coulthard as Barrichello was just rejoining the fast lane of the pit lane, but I believe they're entitled to release Coulthard. Ross is right. If they touch, they're going to spin off, and there's mechanics there. It is an issue. Quite how you fix it, I don't know, because the man on the lollipop can't be too polite. This is a motor race.
Well, it's been a pretty bitter season of contention between Ferrari and McLaren so far, and it looks as though it's getting even worse. But Michael Schumacher is now on 30 World Championship points. His teammate Rubens Barrichello has moved up into 2nd place ahead of Fisichella, but he's 21 points behind Michael Schumacher. Fisichella goes from 2nd in the Drivers' Championship down to 3rd. And Mika Häkkinen joins Ralf Schumacher, 4th equal on 6 points, 24 points behind Michael Schumacher. All is not lost. I have seen World Championships retrieved from worse positions than this, but not very much worse, particularly in a situation where Ferrari have this year, as they did last year, showed that they've not only got a car which is fast but reliable, and this year much faster in comparison with McLaren than it was.
Yes, but Michael Schumacher takes that 30 points to Silverstone, and he for one will be remembering well the broken leg he received when he went flying off at Stowe Corner with that brake failure. So Michael is all too aware from recent experience just how this can disappear and change in such a hurry.
Yes, I don't think it'll have a psychological effect on him, because he was talking about it the other day, and he said if he'd gone off through a mistake of his, he would have worried, but it was a brake bleed valve that caused the problem. Ferrari fan kissing the track that his hero has just won on. And Mika Häkkinen, well, he's got nothing to be ashamed of. 2nd place. He could have won in Australia, he could have won in Brazil, and Formula One is a contest of ever-changing fortunes. So, just again, the results of the San Marino Grand Prix after 62 riveting laps. Michael Schumacher beats Mika Häkkinen, takes his 3rd successive victory by 1.1 seconds. 51 seconds ahead of the 3rd place David Coulthard. There are their cars in the Parc Fermé. They will now be inspected in detail, put on the jig, and that was the jig that discovered that the McLaren wing after Brazil was 7mm too low, 2mm too low, even allowing for the 5mm tolerance. And Michael Schumacher does what I saw Mika Häkkinen do last year. He pats his car to congratulate it on a wonderful victory. Rubens Barrichello 4th, Jacques Villeneuve lapped but 5th, Mika Salo lapped but 6th, and then Eddie Irvine brings the Jaguar home 7th ahead of Pedro Diniz, Alexander Wurz, Johnny Herbert in the 2nd Jaguar. This is the first race that both Jaguars have finished, and they're both in the top 10. Fisichella 11th, Zonta 12th,
Mazzacane 2 laps down in the Minardi 13th. Jos Verstappen 3 laps down in the Arrows 14th. And all the rest, the other 8, retired from the San Marino Grand Prix. Ferrari, as you see, 28 World Championship points in the Constructors' contest ahead of McLaren.
Now's the time to drive out of this circuit, Mary. I haven't seen anybody leave their seats yet. The Ferrari fans out here in the grandstands in front of us, just glued and waiting for the drivers to appear on the podium as they finish their weighing process. And they'll, any moment now, be walking out, and Michael Schumacher's going to enjoy that, isn't he?
Indeed he is. I've said before that he's never reluctant to show his emotion when he's won a race. And to win here at Imola in Italy in front of the Tifosi, not for the first time but for the second time, is going to be absolutely marvellous for him. Look at him. Yes, I've done it. I've done it. This is the man who broke his leg at Silverstone, missed races, came back in Malaysia for an absolutely sensational drive to take the lead, yield it to his teammate Eddie Irvine, hold up Mika Häkkinen and make it nearly possible for Eddie Irvine to win the World Championship, which of course he did not do. Mika Häkkinen did. If you were Mika Häkkinen, what?
I would be really amazed at trying to understand how he lost track position. Ross Brawn alluded to some kind of pit stop problem that Mika had. I didn't spot that. It seemed like a reasonable stop. Ferrari, of course, had a great stop. I think Mika had a little bit of traffic in those 3 or 4 laps where Michael was flying, and if you add all the little bits and pieces up, we ended up with that track position swap. And Michael Schumacher was never going to relinquish that. Jean Todt there in amongst his boys with a very smug and satisfied look on his face.
Well, he deserves it. My goodness, he's had some tough times at Ferrari. Incidentally, Mika Häkkinen's 2 stops when he was stationary took 16 seconds, which is exactly what I would have expected on a 2-stop strategy. So we'll have to find out more on what Ross Brawn was talking about.
Well, it's really, we get the time that the car's on its jacks, I think. Whoever's controlling the computer, it's a question of who's pressing the button. What's really crucial is the time that the fuel filler is in the car and before it's pulled away. And then, of course, there's other times that we don't get. How quickly do they get the rear wheel spinning and up and away? We've seen quite a lot of cars this afternoon. And this is a replay of the start, look. Häkkinen away beautifully. Michael just realising he didn't get a good one, went across to cut Coulthard off, let Barrichello and Villeneuve go down the outside, and brother Ralph was away well too. Look at Villeneuve screaming away, the second of the white cars. Ralph on the grass, Villeneuve going through behind the 2 red Ferraris, Barrichello yielding easily to Michael in the first corner, and the afternoon was set until that pit stop strategy of Ferrari. For the Tifosi all around the world, Italy's national anthem with Ross Brawn waiting to collect the Constructors' Award.
apologies because I maligned the man who makes up the fourth man in the Ferrari quartet that have done so much to help the Maranello concern to their present position. Rory Byrne on the left in the shirt and trousers, who is the man who designed the Ferrari and the man who enabled, therefore, Michael Schumacher to take that winner's trophy. And now Rory himself deservedly receives the constructor's trophy from Frank Spitsuti. Congratulations all round. Mika Häkkinen.
Well, it's a different face to yesterday, isn't it? Michael Schumacher, after making a mistake in qualifying, had a face like a bulldog chewing a wasp, went into the press conference and apologised to all of the fans in Germany and in Italy for making a mistake and throwing away pole position. But today he's made up for it, and as I say, it's a completely different expression on his face as he applauds third place man David Coulthard.
Yeah, and let's remember, everybody, that the next Grand Prix is at Silverstone in 2 weeks' time. The British Grand Prix unusually early this year, but if the first 3 races have been anything to go by, and we see McLaren fight back against Ferrari, it's going to be a race on no account to miss.
Thanks very much indeed, Murray, and thanks to Martin Brundle as well. Yep, how could we forget it? A couple of weeks' time over the Easter weekend, we will all be at Silverstone to see if Ferrari can continue their winning streak. 3 out of 3 then back-to-back Ferrari victories here at Imola. Plenty still to come. We have the result of that competition to give away that Rubens Barrichello autographed helmet. We'll have the views of Tony Jardine. We'll be talking to some of the drivers as well, and you can be sure we will review that controversial Coulthard-Barrichello incident that Ross Brawn was talking about. So plenty more to look forward to when you rejoin us here at Imola.
sul gradino più alto del podio, la vettura di Maranello, un mondiale 2000 che si apre, signori, con le grandi ambizioni ritrovate nella scuderia del Cavalino Rampante. 30 punti per Michael Schumacher, una tripletta in apertura di stagione che lascia presagire un grande campionato del mondo. Gli amici sportivi presenti
At the San Marino Grand Prix 2000, Michael Schumacher, Mika Häkkinen and David Coulthard. Michael, congratulations, your third win in 3 races. A great result, but not the best of starts. Perhaps you can talk us through those first few yards.
Yeah, it's well, exciting. It was one of the worst ones, probably similar to Suzuka last year. I actually have to find out what happened. I don't know myself. I went straight to wheel spin, so massive that it was gone to start. I was lucky that nobody went by except Mika, so I could drive my race.
Now, you actually won the race in those 4 laps that you stayed out longer than Mika at the end of the second stint. Was that always going to happen, or was that one of your strategy changes?
No, I mean, the strategy was like this, but obviously we didn't know what Mika was going to do, so we had to guess, and it was the only alternative we had, honestly. I was lucky that just before the end of his second stint, I don't know what kind of problem he had, but there was suddenly the gap shrank down quite a lot, at the same moment when it was down, I was behind Diniz, which I almost hit. I mean, he tried to let me by in an area which it was very, very difficult to assume that he was going to do, and I almost hit his back. So I lost 2 seconds, the same I just picked up. So nevertheless, the strategy was just right, as you said. I mean, it was these 4 laps, which was crucial. And we did it, and we did it for all the Tifosis. I apologized yesterday, but I said that I would try to make it, put it straight, and I did. So I hope everybody is happy with this, as far as I saw outside, it looks like. So do I. Now we look forward to the next one.
Michael, thank you. Mika, how disappointing is it to lose a race that you were seemingly controlling quite easily from the front, just on strategy?
Yeah, it is disappointing, but I had 2 situations in a race which probably cost me a lot of time. It did definitely cost me a lot of time, and that was after the first stop. When I was running, I hit some kind of, I don't know what it was on the track, some kind of metal piece of something, and destroyed the front of the floor completely, and I lost aerodynamics a lot on the front, so car was very difficult to drive after that. And the second thing what happened was going just before my second stop. I went to the end of the main straight, and it just stopped. The car didn't want to continue. It just went, engine stopped running, and I just lost a lot of time there. I mean, I don't know how many seconds I lost there. 3, 4 seconds easily, and that's it. That's enough, you know.
Now,
so that I would say, for that reason, I can be extremely disappointed for my own work, what I did this weekend, and I think for what the mechanics did. I think it was fabulous. I mean, everybody did just the right job, the right thing they did.
Now, it's interesting actually that Michael mentioned nearly hitting Pedro, because this time last year it was Michael in first and David was second, and he said there were a lot of problems with traffic. Was the traffic much better this year with the new blue light system?
No, not really. I mean, I didn't find that to being very good. I mean, it's difficult to complain, you know, in one sense. You can say such many things end of the day, but I don't think it's not gonna change it's not gonna change the result. It's not gonna change anything. But to answer your question, yeah, definitely it was a problem to overtake the back markers today. Some drivers were very good. I mean, you know, and some drivers were less good.
Thank you, Mika. Dave, unlike your teammate, you actually gained a position during a pit stop. It was very exciting. Perhaps you can talk us through it.
Yeah, well, obviously, I had myself in that situation because trying to pass Michael at the first corner was very close, but obviously we went round there, and then when I had to back off to avoid touching, then I allowed Rubens to get past me. So then I spent the rest of the race up until that pit stop stuck behind Rubens. And obviously my first stop was quite early, so he gained a bit of track time there. I also had a problem selecting first gear at the pit stop, so that exaggerated the amount of time that he gained in that first stop. And then I knew I was quicker, so I caught him up, obviously, and it was just a question of staying close and hoping that I was maybe stopping a lap later. But in the end, we both stopped in the same lap, and thankfully my guys did a good job and got me out in front of him. And then I think I pulled 20-odd seconds in the last few laps.
Yeah, in fact, you're over 2 seconds a lap quicker. I mean, how much quicker do you need to be here to actually pass someone at Imola?
It's very difficult on this track, you know, unlike what we saw in Brazil, where, you know, obviously there was some overtaking by the Ferraris and us, but we were on heavy fuel load, they were light fuel load and long straights. Somewhere like here, we were all running the same strategy. The straights aren't long enough to get that sort of advantage. So, unfortunately, it's very difficult, and you probably need to be 5 seconds a lap quicker to overtake easily.
Thank you, David. Michael, we now go on to Silverstone, which obviously was the scene of your accident last year. Do you approach this meeting with mixed feelings?
Right now, no. I mean, honestly, it's something you know why it had happened, and I said quite often that it could have happened anywhere, anytime. So I will look for the runoff areas, very careful in this area, because it wasn't up to the level, and we make sure that everything is good down there. But other than that, I just go with normal feelings now. Well, we have a test anyway next week, beginning of into next week, and I assume I won't feel anything strange.
Thank you, Michael. Now for Michael and Mika, a word in your own languages, please. Michael.
Ja, ist ein Tag, wie er nicht schöner sein kann. Italien zu Hause, ein Rennen wie dieses, was von der ersten bis zur letzten Runde mehr oder weniger ein Qualifying war. Ich glaube, das ist schon lange her, wenn nicht sogar das erste Mal, dass mir sowas passiert ist, dass ich wirklich von der ersten bis zur letzten Runde absolut am Limit fahren musste. Und dann hatten wir diese wunderbaren 4 Runden zum Schluss, die freie Bahn, und konnten diesen Sieg herausfahren. Dank unserer Strategie, dank dem Auto, was einwandfrei funktioniert hat. Muss man einfach sagen, super. Und mehr kann man im Moment nicht erreichen. Wir hoffen natürlich, dass wir den Trend fortsetzen können. Wir haben gesehen, wie eng es ist, und es wird auch mit Sicherheit nicht einfacher werden. Also so gesehen wird es noch eine sehr spannende Saison werden. Danke dem Team.
Mika.
Vihdoinkin päästiin maaliin, se on hyvä askel eteenpäin, mutta lähellä sekin.
nostri, box Ferrari.
Ferrari fans are absolutely delighted here at Imola, around about 120,000 of them, because Michael Schumacher has won the race from Mika Hakkinen, and David Coulthard, McLaren second and third. Tony Jardine, a lot of excitement. Plenty of it in the pits, though.
I know you were going to say it wasn't out on the track.
I thought you might be ready for that.
Yeah. I mean, as ever, you've got this incredible excitement surrounding the strategy. What are they going to do? Who's doing what? Incredible technical achievement. We actually had overtaking in the pit lane. Some of it quite dangerous, as we've seen, but the incredible tactics of Ferrari and Ross Brawn, again, leaving McLaren flummoxed. But there's no doubt for me, McLaren the fastest car in this race. They've proved it. They've now gone to the end, so Schumacher can quit all the goading about, well, hang on, we haven't seen how competitive they are. They were out there doing it.
Yeah, I mean, I know this is awkward, Tony, but I mean, out there, they'll say, well, McLaren have got the fastest car. They had no apparent problems today. Hakkinen seemed to be away and in control, and yet the fellow spraying the champagne's Michael Schumacher. How's that happened?
Well, it's simply the best. I mean, when he's required to, we've seen it over the years, when he's required to put the hammer down, when he's required to think about the tactics, which is very, very carefully worked out between himself and Ross Brawn, where they've got spotters looking for the gaps in the traffic, people looking at the weather, every little thing, they've got the tactics sewn up in every quarter. And of course, McLaren are always on the back foot thinking, what are they doing? They're watching Ferrari. They should be thinking about their own creative strategy. And it's about flexibility as well.
I was going to say, that seems to be the word. They just seem to be able to adjust their tactics when it matters, when the pressure is on, during a Grand Prix.
Yeah, and I think that is the ability to be able to swap onto something, to have a slightly longer stop, you know, a later stop, a splash and a dash. And of course, that's when McLaren are looking over the shoulder thinking, God, what are they doing now? Can we match this? And we've seen McLaren before go on one-stop strategies, which they did in Brazil with Häkkinen. It remains to be seen if the 2 against the 1 in Brazil, whether they'd come together in the last part of the race, because Häkkinen, of course, went out with failing oil pressure in the Mercedes. And that's something else we should discuss maybe later on. I think, you know, Mercedes have got that sorted.
OK, let's just go back to the start of the 62-lap race, and Häkkinen was away and gone, and a little bit of boxing and coxing behind him, though.
Yeah, I mean, we'll sort of see payback from Coulthard a little bit later on, but this
is Villeneuve we've bring there.
Yeah, Villeneuve, a sensational start, but we've got to see that this was a huge tactical manoeuvre by Michael Schumacher, because he knew the start was going wrong. Massive wheel spin, the same as he had in Australia, and he launches straight across and effectively blocked out so many people, caused that traffic jam, and allowed them to come through, particularly Villeneuve, who made such a great start. And David Coulthard himself had made a great start as well, and he'd got blocked out. Now look at this, there it is. You see, Schumacher just holds them all up. Somehow Barrichello squeezes through as well, but that was all caused by Michael Schumacher. No taking away, though. Ralf Schumacher made a great start there, absolutely superb start. He was coming down the grass. And if you saw Villeneuve on his birthday, so that clearly makes a difference, 29th birthday, down, darted off to the right. He's made some superb starts. And he had a very, very difficult practice. He's driving with a sore back after qualifying, and I think Honda gave him a great engine today.
Just looking at that again, I mean, it occurs to me Rubens Barrichello could possibly have got ahead of Michael Schumacher there.
Well,
would I be wrong in suggesting that he might have seen a bit of red on his left and thought, whoops, I better let that one through?
Well, I mean, he is definitely playing the old number 2 and riding the shotgun and a tactical block there. There's no question about that. And in team tactics in Formula 1, you can do that, and it's quite legitimate. But you're right, from the on-car there, you can see them just a nice sort of red block.
Let's have a little word about Jenson Button, who's made such a promising start to his Formula 1 career. It seems to me that throughout this weekend, he never really came to grips with this very tricky Imola circuit, especially those curbs.
What we're talking about is going from the wide open spaces of Australia, which is flat and very, very fast. Now, when we first came back to this, we both sort of took a bit of a step, oh no, he's lost it, he's gone off. Perhaps he'd gone off with Genet there, but he hadn't. The engine had just let go suddenly, and obviously the Minardi behind him had spun out on the oil, and he'd gone off. But that just shows the measure guy. He hasn't made any big mistakes apart from that practice crash in Australia. And this will do him good, because he's still got this huge learning curve to go through. And he's going to go through some real troughs and some real highs. That graph is going to be very, very spiky in his Grand Prix career. So I would have thought if he'd had another good result in another way, that could have made him a little bit cockier, although I don't think he's the cocky sort. Absolutely. It's going to keep him honest.
Is it unfair to blame him because of an engine failure here during the race anyway? Jaguar have had a few problems on their arrival in Formula 1. We thought this could be a better day for Eddie Irvine in particular. Had problems early on, didn't he?
And Irvine had done a great job in qualifying to get the car up where it was, and he'd been honoured. But here he's slipping back from the 7th place. Some sort of mechanical problem or electrical problem, and Ralf Schumacher went through because he went into the pits, and Gary Anderson, who used to be the designer of the Jordan and then went to Stewart before it became a Jaguar, has told Louise that he switched something off. Well, that is something electronic, clearly, that was misfiring, and whatever gizmo that may have been, legal or not,
who knows? No, I didn't mean that. But I mean, at Silverstone, sorry, Tony, there will be huge support for Jaguar, for the British racing green of Jaguar at Silverstone next time out. And we shouldn't expect too much, though, perhaps.
No, but and that's what Jackie Stewart said about everything. You know, they are expecting a lot of us very early on in Jaguar's career, if you like. And he said perhaps we changed over to Jaguar a year too early. And those things, he said, he's not here today, incidentally. He's up at a Formula 3 race at Croft, supporting the Paul Stewart racing team up there. So it's interesting that he's not here. I'd expect him to be here. But, you know, it's like Le Mans. Recreated. If you'd been over there and seen the Sea of Green and the Union Jacks, it's a great, great British feeling. And we're calling it emotional engineering, but it'd be lovely to see over the Easter weekend everyone turning out to the Jaguar. Herbert and Irvine, why not?
OK, let's have a look at some of that pit lane excitement, shall we, first of all. First of all, Häkkinen and Michael Schumacher coming in virtually simultaneously.
Well, this is Michael Naglayan, who's the chief mechanic of McLaren, then Nigel Stepney, who's the chief mechanic of Ferrari, an Englishman, the chief mechanic of Ferrari. This is where the heat of battle comes on. And this is where we've talked before about the mechanics being as nervous as the drivers. Some of them actually being physically sick behind the garage because the competition that's coming out. In this particular case, obviously Hakkinen came in ahead. He did something like an 8-second stop there, didn't take on quite as much fuel. 9.9 seconds there for Michael Schumacher. He took on that extra bit of fuel so he was going to stay out later, and that was where part of the tactics came into play. But that's only part of it. The drivers got to be able to put it together, and who better than Michael Schumacher to do that?
Do you have to be part of those pit crews? Just give us some insight into the tension when you await a Schumacher or a Hakkinen.
Well, I mean, in my case, I was waiting for the great Niki Lauda, and I can give you one instance at Monte Carlo where I was in charge of the whole jacking system for the car, whereas a hydraulic jack where we plugged it in and the car came up on automatic jacks. And as we've seen other guys do before, the guy would coming in from second place be challenging for the lead, and one of the guys had had a problem on the back. I thought he'd come off with a wheel gun, but it cross-threaded. I let the car come down. And as I looked, I could feel Lauda's eyes burning through his helmet into my skull. I think, oh my God, I've had it afterwards. So I had to bring the car back up. We lost something like about 10 seconds. He got so mad that he went out and then set the fastest race lap and got back into second place. And afterwards, he came up to me.
But he hasn't forgotten about it, though,
he still brings it up, you know.
I mean, one or two hairy moments in the pits today that I'm sure we'll hear a lot more about. Trulli and Irvine involved in this next incident, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that when it is particularly dangerous, but they're in 6th and 7th position when they came in, truly in 6th position there. And, you know, Irvine in the other pit there, in the Jaguar pit. Now, it seems to take a little long time. I don't know whether it was coming down off the jet, but look at that, so close. Truly saw that he was behind. He just dives for the gap there. Irvine just coming across, and it was absolute gnats. And Coulthard and Barrichello coming in together. Now this is really the one, because Coulthard is 4th at this point. Now look, Ferrari have finished first. Big sideways there for Rubens Barrichello, and straight across his bow comes David Coulthard. He's now doing the block. Inadvertently, I'm sure. He can't see through his mirrors from that point. He's just dropping the clutch, going for it and getting out. And he's burning the rubber in front of Barrichello. Now, I don't think we'll hear the end of this one. I am sure the litigious Jean Todt, who's the general manager, sporting director of Ferrari, will be seeing if he can do anything at all with the rule book about dangerous driving there, because clearly his driver had finished first, he's coming out, but out comes David Coulthard straight across his bows. Well, you could argue, of course, and David would argue, well, hang on, what happened to me at the start?
Absolutely.
You know, Michael Schumacher just blazed right across us and took a diagonal trip at the start line, right across the bows of the rest of the field. Is that dangerous? So let's see what happens.
You can't apportion blame in that incident, Tony, but are you deep down satisfied that pit lane safety is 100% with those sort of incidents?
Yeah, I am pretty well, because you've got a step wall to the actual pit lane on the outside. Obviously, if the car was to spear onto the inside, it could be a different story. It is still far more dangerous in terms of refueling, and as we discussed in Australia, decoupling the hose under flow and the risk of spillage of fuel. That is more dangerous.
We haven't had yet. This race was won and lost in that area, and an absolutely crucial pit stop for Michael Schumacher. What was it, just over 6 seconds, wasn't it? And after that, he was home free.
Yeah, and this is where we saw about it. He comes in, and look at this, absolutely superb. Don't forget, one of the guys was run over this morning that you talked about when they were practicing these pit stops, and so much practice goes in. Nigel Stepney and his boys, out he goes. He needs a smaller amount of fuel. 6.2, he's got the hammer down, he's been putting in incredible laps. Where is Mika Hakkinen? There he is, just coming down the pit straight. McLaren hearts would have sunk there. Mika Hakkinen will take that very, very badly, because the guy's driven brilliantly. Hakkinen has been superb. Don't take it away from him, because you know, the guy crashed here last year, and he's conquered the jinx of this place. He's never gone well here, particularly well. And he's been destroyed by Ferrari and Michael Schumacher and the tactics.
Well, he's never won here, Mika Hakkinen, and the McLaren body language after the race really told everything. But you can hear what Mika Hakkinen, David Coulthard and Michael Schumacher think about the San Marino Grand Prix when you rejoin us in a few minutes' time.
Coulthard. Michael, congratulations, your third win in 3 races. A great...
Tony, thank you very much indeed for your comments throughout the afternoon. It's now time for the result of the competition we ran a couple of weeks ago at the Brazilian Grand Prix in Sao Paulo. We had a great response to this competition. Last year's European Grand Prix was a fantastic day for the stewards. Johnny Herbert followed home by Rubens Barrichello. And Barrichello's autographed helmet is the big prize, plus 5 Sony PlayStations for the runners-up. Well, Rubens now drives for Ferrari, of course, but the question, just to remind you, was which team did he start his career? Was it A, Jordan, B, Lola, or C, Stewart? Which team did he start his F1 career? And the answer was A, Jordan. Molly Temple from Leicester is the big winner. And receiving the video consoles, Patrick Norton, Jeremy Bone, Judith Bell, Jason Radford and June Beck. Congratulations to you all. Barrichello helmets in the post, honest. Highlights later tonight, just before midnight. That highlight show, by the way, repeated tomorrow evening, 7 o'clock over on ITV2. Goes there with an unblemished record, thanks to some fantastic work from the Ferrari pit crew. They had their problems in warm-up, but when it mattered, they were spot on. Bye-bye from us all at Imola. Bye-bye.
F1 on ITV in association.
3 out of 3. So what have we got? 30-point Schumacher. Who's next? I should be able to work it out. Back, eh?
Got 9.
Ralph Schumacher didn't score today. But Häkkinen's off the mark. Yeah, on 6, yeah, is he?
Yeah.
But Häkkinen's off. Doesn't matter, but Häkkinen's off and running. Who's behind him, mate?
Villeneuve's on 5.
Followed by what?
Coulthard.
Followed by Villeneuve. Coulthard, yes.
Sorry. Villeneuve's got 5.
Yeah.
Coulthard's got 4.
Right. Yeah. Yes, mate. Oh, it is Murray, yeah, okay. Villeneuve and Coulthard. That'll do. Team-wise, constructors. Have you got the constructors, Teach? Teach, you got the constructors?
No, I'm done, mate.
Have you got constructors that you could just put up, Keithy? Have you got constructors, Keith? All right, well done. They are the reigning champions, Ferrari, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm listening. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, I'm in trouble.
Not like Gary Anderson on 3 points. What do you say?
Gizmos. We were talking about gizmos. I'm listening. Oh, is Lou going to speak to me now? Okay.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, can do. I've put the cans back on now. Sorry about that. Hang on, Teach, let me just walk out the press office. No, there's a ban on talking to banned people in the press office. Teach, I've just been collared by Gary, who's had Jackie on the phone from the UK. Apparently, you were talking in the studio before the race, or two things basically. You were talking in the studio before the race about flaws.
No.
No, or something. Something technical that we were talking about before the race.
Oh yeah.
Which he felt that we got wrong.
Right.
So that's the first thing, and he suggested that you come along and have a chat with him, sit down with him, and he'll go through it all with you.
Right.
Yeah. The second thing was the comments that were made afterwards about the bit on the engine, or switching off something on the engine.
Yeah.
Which Irvine explained basically what the problem was Eddie had a calibration with the engine, or trying to calibrate the engine, actually accidentally hit the pit lane limiter.
Right.
So it was that they had to turn off when he came in.
Mm.
But Gary's just worried that because of all the controversy flying around about one team was cheating last year, just all the general brouhaha, he's worried that it might reflect what I said might reflect badly on him, and is just keen to make sure that it's explained thoroughly that they weren't doing anything illegal and blah blah blah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine, no problem. I mean, we did talk about, gizmos or who knows what it was basically, and we made a bit of a laugh about it, which is what
I think that's probably what he's referring to.
Yeah, we know what he's referring to, and that's the same as Berger and Eddie and everyone made light of it, because they're all saying, look, they're all going to have to clean up their acts. Nobody was pointing a finger at anybody.
You're suggesting that Gary might be sensitive?
No, but as far as what I did on my drawing at the beginning, I checked that out with Gascoigne.
Yeah, I don't...
Because it's measured from the plane, which is the plank.
I don't know exactly what he was referring to there, to be quite honest with you, Teach, because I didn't hear what you were all talking about. So.
Last thing I need is a 5-hour technical lesson from Jackie Stewart.
Or even an hour one from Gary Anderson. No, but anyway, I said I'd let you know.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Yeah.
As long as it's not a legal letter from Jaguar to go on the wall with the Ferrari one, then we're all right. Where am I going to go for breakfast? Oh, it's all right. Bridgestone.
No, I just walked past them and they said you're a git.
Rubber sausages. Oh, your voice is getting better, isn't it?
Hey, Murray.
Hi. How are you?
All right. Not bad, eh?
I'm standing here with Jenson Button, actually, Murray. Jenson, we saw you off into the gravel trap earlier. Was there a problem with the car, or was it a mistake?
And as I turned into the left part of the second chicane, it just locked, the rear wheels just locked, loads of smoke out the back. It felt like an engine failure, but I'm not going to say anything too much yet. But there you go.
You don't seem really to have got to grips with this track. You've not had a really good weekend, have you?
This morning it actually got a lot better. I was 11th in practice this morning. And I think we were looking good for the race. We had a good setup for pit stops, I think, and I was in a good position then for a good result. But there you go, it happens.
Silverstone next up, we'll see you there.
Oh, yes.
Eddie, well, that's your first finish of the season.
Yeah, quite pleased. We got to the end and we were quicker than Truly. You know, whenever he blew up, I was able to go
nearly a second lap faster. So it's a few problems during the race, but it's very positive.
You had a problem with your engine when you came in for the stop. I understand you switched something off. What was happening there?
Yeah, no, we had a problem with the engine, and I was trying to move a calibration on the engine, and hit the pit limiter, and it cut out, and a couple of guys got past me. But all in all, I think it was very positive.
Thanks. Rubens, I guess today all went wrong for you in the pit stops.
Yeah, it went wrong, but I was nowhere the weekend really. I was nervous on entry, then I had understeer. Couldn't really set up the car for me. I mean, Michael was really strong all weekend. I had a good lap on qualify, but the race, it was for sure it was hard to keep the motivation after I lost the thing on the pit stops. But I was nowhere. I was holding David, and I was fair, but I was holding David, and I was really nowhere the weekend.
Why is that? How would you explain it? What's gone wrong for you here?
Well, I couldn't go over the curbs really well at the weekend, so I don't know. I have to check on the car and on the data.
About that pit stop, that was a very, very close in the pit lane, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very close. I mean, if the pit stop was, if the garage was a little bit wider, if the exit was a little bit wider, I could have made it. But I mean, he just exited right in front of me. I could have touched him. So really, unfortunately.
But what's your view on that? It's a potentially very dangerous situation. Do you think something should be done about it?
Well, I should go back and see on TV, but sure, we should do something. It was, if I wanted, I could have crashed it. So I was right in the middle of his car, but there was nothing to be done.
Well, Ross, Murray is going absolutely ballistic, as you can imagine. That was a very audacious switch of strategy.
Well, it wasn't a switch, it's what we planned. I mean, we knew from that position that we had to do certain things, and it worked. I mean, luckily, I think he had a little bit of a problem in his pit stop, but even without that, I think we could have done it. I think what we've got to think about is what happened with Rubens, because that was so close to an accident, and I think we've got to have a think, all the teams, about how we handle that situation. I'm not criticising McLaren, but yeah, that was so close to an accident, and it's going to end up with a lot of mess in the pit lane. So we've got to have a think about what we do with those sort of situations.
Thanks so much, Ross.
Thanks.
Okay, take the water. Okay, you ready? Jacques, more points today. Great drive from you.
Yeah, it feels great. The start was fantastic. I had no clutch slip at all and just went right away. Actually, I had to hit the brakes in the middle of the straight line. If not, I was going to hit the McLarens and the Ferraris. So the start was really fantastic. I hope we can do the same again. And then Ralph was very quick. Once we did the second pit stop, he was really, really quick, but he blew his engine or something happened. So that's good for us.
You really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was a fun race. The car stayed pretty consistent throughout the whole race. Just the last set of tire was not so competitive. But I'm very happy with the car was working. We had some very good pit stops. That's great.
Well done. Thanks.
Jacques.
Good work with you. Ready? Yeah. Make a stunning drive from you today. How did you do it?
No, it was good. Car was first time good in a race, and we struggled in the qualifying and all the practices and even in the warm-up. But in the race, it was just like it should have been.
Just one of those circuits that really suited you, a day that suited you?
Yeah, no, it took too long time to get the car going where I want, and race was okay. I think I could have got Jack in a pit stop, but I got held up by the lapped car just before I was coming in, and Jack got in front of me again. So, but team did a good job with the pit stops as well, so it was a good race for us.
Well done. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Fantastic battle. Again, the strategy.
Yes, obviously. Car, strategy, everything just was right in this, I'd say, final 4 laps before the last pit stop to go and score the victory.
You forget the driver.
It would sound arrogant if I call myself. Obviously, I have done a good job, I reckon, because he was qualifying from the first to the last lap. Basically no mistakes, and that was exactly the race I was looking for.
It's more than a victory, because mentally it's very important in relation with McLaren Mercedes now.
Yeah, to some degree, yes. On the other side, you have to say it's so close, it could have gone one way or the other way. So I don't think really it's a mental battle we won yet.
Next step, Silverstone is the place where McLaren practice a lot.
Your advice?
I reckon we go there next week, have a test, and should be competitive anyway.
Michael, you had absolutely crucial to get past Mika.
Yeah, I mean, that is what strategy counts for. We were behind all the time and we couldn't do anything at the time. We were a bit lucky because at one stage he lost a couple of seconds. I was lucky because I lost 2 or 3 seconds behind Diniz when he wanted to let me by, which cost me some big trouble. And all in all, as you said, the 4 laps were the crucial period and we done it. It's nice, but it's not over.
Michael, that's 3 wins in a row, but was this the best so far?
Certainly, no doubt, because he was fighting from the beginning to the end, the McLaren in the race, not retiring, and that was certainly a big pleasure. Then being here in Italy, in our home country, what do you want more?
Mika. Okay, Mika, let's speak. Disappointed to lose a race on strategy like that.
Did you watch the race?
Yes, you lost
Good.
the race on strategy.
Did you watch the race?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, you could know. You could not know what happened really. I had a technical problem with the engine just cutting out suddenly in the main straight, and I lost a massive amount of time, which enables us to Michael to really push and to be able to be in front of me. Also, he stopped later on. You know, that also helped him. But I mean, these technical problems did not help me either to perform as well as I should have been. You know.
There's no question in the early stage of the race you were the fastest car on the racetrack. You're driving beautifully.
Yeah. And then I hit some kind of metal piece on the track and damaged the aerodynamics on the front of the car. So I'm glad to be second today, I tell you. And you know.
6 points on the board now.
Yeah.
Michael's got 30. A long way to go in the championship.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. It's a long way. Thanks.
Thank you. That's your finish, friends.
Ready? David, that must have been an enormously frustrating start to the race for you.
It was, because in trying to get past Michael, so I then ended up losing place to Rubens as well. And I thought Rubens was obviously going to be a bit slower than Michael and Mika, but I never realised he would be as slow as he was. And I thought, God, he's on a 1 stop. And I thought, right, we're really in trouble here, because I knew I was on a 2. And then when he did pit a couple of laps after me, or 3 laps after me, whenever it was in the first stop, then I realised he was just having some problems this race. And again, caught him up and sat there. But thankfully, the guys did a great job in the pit stop. So when I got out in front of him, I was able to go 2 seconds a lap quicker or something ridiculous like that.
I was standing in your garage watching that. That was very, very close, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. But it's going to be when you follow another car in. We were both locked up coming across the 80k limit. And obviously he gets to stop first, but I get positioned for hopefully coming out in front. So maybe it's not such a bad thing that we lost the constructors last year, because we can maybe use that to our advantage.
And afterwards, of course, you went like a train, showing the pace that you had in the car all along.
Yeah, no, there's no way the pace up until that last stop was relevant to how I could go around the circuit. And I've been quick all weekend, very close in qualifying. And again, when I was out there running, I was pushing, but with a safety margin, because obviously, I'm never going to catch first and second. And I was just trying to make sure I had enough of an advantage. If any, if there's any stop-go penalties or anything happened, then I could still come back out in third. And, at the end, I was, 38 seconds in front of Rubens in 20 laps. It was massively quick. Thanks.
David? Gerard, say, who's that, Jeff? Keith, yeah.
It's a nice blue shirt, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
It's from Bertie Jeeves.
Why?
There's a coffee stain.
Just come and goes around to F1 2000.
Sure.
Camera 2 is not good. It's all that's down, all that silver that's doing it. Let's get. No, it's a knock.
That's good. Thank you for that. Thank you for that line.
Murray, could I just move you in 4 inches, as they say in the trade?
Yeah, no, it's still there.
Teach if we try and get a little close from you at the top.
I think
rail
it's on.
before we
Just a minute.
launch into the replays. I mean, I give him with the old. And
Comfy?
if he doesn't mention
Yep.
it, I know I'll come to you. Well, Hackett did have a problem.
He's sitting on a board. Yeah, he's on a. It's bloody cheating. He's on a board.
No, you've got 4 little pegs.
What?
Oh, you got pegs. Oh, don't forget, I'm a big bloke. Hey, we're going to have fun, Murray.
Murray, welcome, by the way. What do you think about sharp set? Yeah, we go. Yeah.
Can you talk me in, Nick?
I can't see it, Tony.
Where's he saying?
Down on the right. Hold on. It's on the big monitor. No, hold on. Hold on, right. You want Jim higher in frame, what's that? The other way. Now, yeah, now, higher towards Jim. More. Oh, that's it. Just a touch more.
Just knock it off and then I'll do this one.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah?
See this look. Hold on. Yeah, he's not. He's going to go for this shot more. It's just a sort of safety. So.
Well, see. I'll just drop it down. Because that's unusual.
Tony or Nick?
Okay, forget it, Tony. It's too unreliable. We'll use one. We'll use one. Forget it.
There's a thunderstorm going on that one.
All brilliant people are left-handed. What's that?
Yeah, Murray's doing the start, and then he's doing Jensen Button, and then...
Who's in the stop?
Well, you can't beat the Reds in F1 2000. And now Michael Schumacher heads for Silverstone after delivering back-to-back Ferrari victories at Imola. And so treble top for Schumacher. His teammate Barrichello is next, 21 points behind. Then Fisichella still on 8. Ralf Schumacher didn't score today, but Häkkinen's off and running, followed by Villeneuve, and behind him Coulthard. In the constructors, Ferrari have opened up a 29-point lead over McLaren. Then Benetton above Jordan and Williams, both out of the points here. BAR, though, improving to 6 after Villeneuve's 5th place. Delighted that Murray Walker has joined me and Tony here in the studio. Well, Murray, have Ferrari put the dagger through McLaren's throat already?
Jim, you can beat the Reds, and McLaren are going to be the people to do it. I'm far convinced that they're... Oh, sorry. Once again.
It's all right, mate. No problem. Yep, 5th place. Are we happy to do that in the 5th place? That's all right, isn't it? Poor old Murray, twisted.
My mic is twisted.
Is Chris, he's okay with that, yeah? You're happy with that in, Murray, aren't you, with the old... Tomato growers teach. I'm still looking for the tomato growers. We've nearly got through the weekend without mentioning tomato growers.
No, I'll leave that one. No, it's cucumbers for the sandwiches.
You happy? Okay. Delighted that Murray has joined myself and Tony up here in the studio. Well, Murray, have Ferrari put the dagger through McLaren's throat here?
No, Jim. You can beat the Reds, and McLaren can do it. I'm far from convinced that they are out as well as down. Yes, they're certainly down. But there's two things. The first is that Mika Häkkinen had a damaged car floor today. He had an electronic glitch in the engine. He lost a lot of time. If David Coulthard had made a better start, he would have blown Rubens Barrichello away very convincingly indeed. Silverstone is going to be something very special indeed because McLaren can do it.
Tony, the big two still haven't really gone head-to-head without any mechanical glitches.
No, that's true, but on today's evidence, McLaren was marginally the better car, and it means they are turning things around. They've done a lot of engine work by Ilmor and Mercedes, and although, as Murray said, there was a little glitch there, you can see signs of the Silver Arrows really coming back. It's, you know, it's still early in the season.
Murray, the ideal start, wasn't it, for Mika Häkkinen? Not so for Michael Schumacher, but the birthday boy, Jacques Villeneuve. What a start he made here.
Absolutely. I mean, Mika Häkkinen got away well. Michael Schumacher darted straight across in front of David Coulthard. Look at Villeneuve coming up and Rubens Barrichello right alongside Michael Schumacher as they go into the first turn. In fact, Rubens Barrichello just squeezes through there in front of David Coulthard and Jacques Villeneuve up into 5th place. Now here it is again. Rubens Barrichello, that's Coulthard on the left. Schumacher moves across in front of the McLaren. Rubens Barrichello got a fabulous run into that first corner. Michael Schumacher darted in front of him and Rubens Barrichello slotted in front of the McLaren. Great driving.
You tend to doff your hat to Michael Schumacher when he's your teammate and he's on your left. Jenson Button, there'll be all sorts of attention on him at Silverstone. I reckon this was a good learning weekend for him here and really no criticism of the way he had to pull out.
No, he fought back very well today in the warm-up session. He was a second closer, but this is what happened in the race. His engine let go, the Minardi spun at the same time, and for the second time in 3 races, Button was out through no fault of his own.
Tony, all sorts of activity in the pits. In many ways, the race was won and lost there. Häkkinen and Schumacher involved, first of all.
I mean, this was very exciting because they came in together. Häkkinen leading the race. He comes in, we thought, well, maybe he was going to make an early stop, but then we learned from our pit crew that Schumacher coming in at the same time. So this was the battle of the two crews. Michael Neglin's crew there of McLaren getting his man Häkkinen away first. We're thinking, well, where's Schumacher? At this stage, what's going on? He tarried a bit longer, extra 2 seconds, took that extra fuel for that longer second run, but a great contest in the pits, as you said.
Lots of controversy after the race about this one. I mean, the moment that you will remember above all, I think, Coulthard and Rubens Barrichello.
Yeah, because it was dramatic, because it was dangerous, and we were looking at Coulthard coming into 4th place, and behind him in comes Rubens Barrichello. Great job again by the McLaren boys from Woking, and they're just getting ready. And Rubens gets a big sideways on. Out comes Coulthard right across the face of Rubens Barrichello. Rubens having to brake very heavily, but Coulthard didn't really know he was there. He was just going for it. He can't see through the mirrors. He can't turn his head around from the shoulder with all the padding on the side, but nonetheless, a dangerous incident.
Yeah. Then that lightning pit stop for Michael Schumacher.
Yeah, I mean, that was great because he had to make a shorter stop. Here he was coming in 4 laps after Mika Häkkinen had come in. He stayed out, he put the hammer down. Let's not forget, he put in a brilliant in-lap in the 27s there, and 6.3, smaller amount of fuel, coming out the end. And I'm sure, Murray, going back through this now, we were looking, where was Häkkinen? We didn't know at this time that he'd had the little glitch with the engine or the damage to the floor. But the combination of the tactics, the combination of the superb driving by Michael Schumacher has put McLaren back down again into the glums.
Tony, thank you very much indeed. Now then, Murray, Silverstone at Easter weekend. How are you relishing that?
Well, let's assume the weather's going to be all right, and it can be. I've been there for some wonderful meetings in April. It's a renewal of the contest of the Titans, McLaren versus Ferrari, and I wouldn't like to put money on any of the first four.
Thank you very much indeed.
Murray and I are happy.
Well then, Murray. It's your private jet awaits. Well then, Tichy, thanks you lot. Thanks, Murray, for coming up.
I'm staying. Do you mind if I stay quietly here, scribbling?
Hey?
Do you mind if I stay quietly?
No, you can stay there. No, it's not a problem. Tichy loves this studio so much he wants to stay.
Yeah.
Oh, it starts that way, okay. And so here's your complete San Marino rundown. Michael Schumacher delivers for the Ferrari hordes, the Tifosi. Häkkinen can't win at Imola, but he did have the fastest lap late on. Coulthard third after spending most of the race staring at Barrichello's exhaust. Villeneuve again scoring for BAR. Salo's first point for Sauber, and he's kept it. Irvine seventh, that's Jaguar's first finish. Then Deniz in the second Sauber. Wurz ninth. Johnny Herb in the second Jaguar home 10th. Then Fisichella out of the points for the first time. Zonta in the second, BAR. Mazzacani's Minardi 2 laps behind. Verstappen's Arrows 3 laps adrift. Trulli had gearbox trouble, but he completed 58 laps. He's the last official finisher. De La Rosa, he crashed after gear selection problems. Ralf Schumacher's fuel pump failed. Alace's hydraulics went. Heidfeldt's battery failed. Button's engine blew, and Genet spun on the oil spill that followed. Frenson's gears, they stuck on. Next stop then, as we've been telling you, it's Easter weekend and we go to the British Grand Prix.
Go at Silverstone!
Out of control.
Extensive programming for you throughout the weekend. A Good Friday special to get you all in the mood. 4:15 on the Friday, qualifying from 12:30 on the Saturday. Nigel Mansell will join us for that. Then Tony presents a Grand Prix theme night, special look behind the scenes at Jaguar. 8 o'clock that on ITV2 on the Saturday night. And the race live from 12 o'clock on the Sunday. The British Grand Prix starts at 1. Catch me if you can. That's the message from Michael Schumacher and Ferrari. See you at Silverstone. Good night. You did let me blunder on that. I don't know if you want to have another go at that or... Okay. Thanks, Meridian. All the best.
Just the last question, sir. That's the question, sir. Just finishing. You wouldn't let me see his answer. See. I've got to get good marks, otherwise I'll get well bad down.
Well done, Keithley. Thanks, Di. Gerardo, thanks, pal. I'll come and see you.
Button zu seinem frühen Ausfall.
Jensen Button, a very short race. What took you out there?
Into the second chicane. The engine sounded a bit strange before, and into the second chicane, the rear wheel was locked just as I was turning in, coming off the throttle. And there was lots of smoke out the back, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. I'm not going to say too much at the moment. But no, it's a bit of a shame. It's so early on in the race. It hasn't really helped my experience with the circuit, but there you go.
What's it like going into that first chicane with 22 other cars?
The first chicane, it was good actually. It would have been nice to have gained a couple more positions because I got a very good start off the line. But I didn't want to push too hard again, go off on the first lap. There's a lot of cars around, and no, I didn't lose any positions. I actually gained one, so it was an okay start. Just I'll keep building up, and they'll get better and better.
Now, obviously, for the next race at Silverstone, it's a circuit you know, you must be much more confident there.
Oh, definitely. It would have been good to get a good result here, but I think it's Silverstone. I'm looking forward to it. It's the first circuit I've actually tested on before we've actually arrived on the Grand Prix weekend. So I'm looking for a good result, but we'll see what happens.
Best luck, thanks, Jason.
Ja, er freut sich natürlich. 7. Eddie Irvine, 8. Ralf Schumacher, der einen schlechten Start hatte, 9. Mika Salo, noch einmal Heinz-Harald Frenzen mit meinem Kollegen Nick Damon.
Well, just a malfunction in the gearbox, whatever it caused. It wasn't mechanically, it seemed to be a software problem. I couldn't select any gears, and so I had to stop.
Now, it seemed a very aggressive start in front of you. Certainly Schumacher and Coulthard were dicing, and Villeneuve got through. What happened there?
Well, it was an exciting start, especially here in Imola. You have one side is grippy, on the other side is less grippy, but generally it was a bit slippery for me on the right-hand side. But everything worked fine so far I could see. There was no accidents at all, so everybody was really correct at the start, yeah.
Heinz, thanks. Better luck next race.
If you can, that's the message from Michael Schumacher and Ferrari. See you at Silverstone. Good night.
That's it, away they go. Good one, Häkkinen, good one, Schumacher. Sensational! And Michael Schumacher wins the San Marino Grand Prix.
F1 on ITV in association with Texaco.
If you would like to know more about Formula One, the website address sponsored by F1 Racing Magazine is www.itv-f1.com.
Dopo il successo ottenuto a Imola, Michael Schumacher è sempre più solo in testa alla classifica con 30 punti, segue il suo compagno di squadra Rubens Barrichello con 9 punti, terzo è Giancarlo Fisichella con 8 punti, quarto il campione del mondo uscente Mika Häkkinen 6 punti, quinto è Ralf Schumacher con 6 punti, segue in classifica Jacques Villeneuve con 5 punti, settimo è David Coulthard con 4 punti, ottavo Heinz-Harald Frentzen 4 punti, Nono è Jarno Trulli con 3 punti. Seguono poi 3 piloti a 1 punto che sono Riccardo Zonta, Jenson Button, l'esordiente inglese, e la vecchia conoscenza Mika Salo, 1 punto. La classifica costruttore ovviamente vede in testa la Ferrari con 39 punti, seguita dalla McLaren 10 punti, terza è la Benetton di Flavio Briatore con 8 punti, quarta è la Williams con 7 punti, a pari merito con la Jordan 7 punti, segue la Bar con 6 punti, chiude la classifica la Sauber con 1 punto.
Incidenti a ripetizione hanno caratterizzato questa 4 giorni di prove a Silverstone prima del Gran Premio. Ma oltre alle uscite di pista sono 3 i temi principali della cronaca: il ritorno di Michael Schumacher sul luogo dell'incidente dell'anno scorso, il doppio cambio di regole per quanto riguarda l'elettronica e infine, come sempre qui in Inghilterra, la pioggia. L'incidente più spettacolare ha visto protagonista la Bar di Riccardo Zonta. Unico testimone la telecamera fissa del circuito, i cui responsabili hanno mostrato solo ad alcuni piloti la drammatica sequenza. Cede la sospensione anteriore destra, la ruota fugge via, la vettura non frena ma decolla, si capovolge, si gira, vola oltre le barriere. Il pilota ne esce miracolosamente illeso. Luogo dell'incidente la stessa curva allo Stowe Corner, teatro l'anno scorso dell'incidente di Schumi. Sono rimasto scioccato dalla dinamica dei fatti. Ora chiederemo alla federazione di migliorare la sicurezza in quel punto e non c'è da meravigliarsi che per me si risveglino brutti ricordi. Ma non intendo assolutamente soffermarmi sul tema. E allora passiamo ad altro. Nei primi 2 giorni di test hanno debuttato i volanti senza il pulsante che limita automaticamente la velocità in corsia box. I piloti hanno percorso molte volte la pit lane cercando di imparare a contenere senza aiuti elettronici la velocità, cosa non facile e nemmeno del tutto